one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. We have special presentations and announcements tonight. Indigenous Peoples Month proclamation. Tonight, it's my honor to recognize Indigenous Peoples Month in the city of Ventura. This month gives us the opportunity to honor and celebrate the enduring history, culture, and contributions of Indigenous peoples, especially the Chumash, who have been the original stewards of this region for thousands of years. The city of Ventura is proud to stand on unceded Chumash land, and we are deeply grateful for the Chumash people's continued presence, leadership, and care for our community. And if many of you might recall, at one of our last meetings, the council voted to officially have a land acknowledgement, and so I will be reading that tonight for the very first time. And it reads, "We acknowledge that we are gathered on unceded Chumash land. We recognize the value of the Chumash, who have been the original stewards of this region for thousands of years. We celebrate their unbroken legacy and ancestral knowledge and their leadership to Hutash, Mother Earth. We respect their enduring strength and resilience despite the historical injustices of colonization, missionization, and genocide. The Chumash are a living, thriving people whose wisdom, creativity, and leadership continues the care of our community and Mother Earth. The city of Ventura declares that recognition requires ongoing education, meaningful action, and equitable partnerships that uplift and support the Chumash people of Ventura, and may we continue to learn together." This acknowledgement, which the City Council formally adopted on October 7th, 2025, represents more than just words. It is a commitment from us that we are committed to education, partnership, and respect. And I'm proud to share that the acknowledgement is now permanently displayed at City Hall and here at the Wright Event Center, serving as a lasting reminder of our responsibility to honor and learn from the Chumash people. As a city, we are committed to uplifting Indigenous voices, supporting cultural preservation, and ensuring that our actions reflect our shared values of equity, respect, and stewardship. In celebration of Indigenous Peoples Month, we are also recognizing 4 community members who have made meaningful contributions to Ventura and to Indigenous culture, education, and advocacy. And we'll have an opportunity to know who they are. And I would encourage all of us here on council to, when the time is appropriate, to stand up there with them for a celebration. But at this time, I'd like to invite Councilmember Campos to join me in recognizing and presenting these honors to these individuals.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to come up to the front here, and I'm going to ask the following people to come up. Sorry. A little tight for me. First of all, we want to recognize Janita Garcia, who I call Gigi. She is a dedicated Chumash member who actively participated in the recent land acknowledgement that the mayor mentioned, that process. She's also a dynamic and loving in-home support service worker. She fundraises actively for various nonprofits around the county, such as the Breast Cancer Awareness Network, Santa Paula Animal Rescue. But most importantly, she's a single mother who loves and cares for her youngest daughter, who is a member of the autism community. My experience knowing Gigi is that she shares the same heart and care for the entire community of Ventura as she does for her own child. Gigi, could you come up? Next, we have Dana Barrios, who's a member and former chairwoman of the Barbareno Ventureno Band of Mission Indians. She currently serves as a senior collective impact manager at the Social Chancery, where she leads initiatives that advance equity and social change across diverse communities. With a master's degree in cultural anthropology, she has dedicated her career to addressing systemic inequality and supporting underserved and underrepresented communities. Her advocacy for social justice and indigenous rights is at the heart of everything she does and reflects the core of who she is. Based in Ventura, she brings over a decade of experience working with Native communities throughout California on critical issues such as suicide prevention, behavioral health, and resource access. As a cultural consultant, she provides training to organizations across sectors to help them become effective allies to Native communities, fostering inclusivity, understanding, and empowerment wherever she works. Dana, could you come up? Next, I want to invite John Rodriguez. John is currently a local Chumash artist, but he's long been known in Ventura as a skateboard legend. In his younger time, he appeared on the cover of Thrasher Skateboarder magazine and was sponsored by multiple skateboard companies when he was younger. On any given day in the city of Ventura, particularly on Ventura Avenue, John can be seen teaching, mentoring, and motivating young skateboarders about safety, responsibility, and the ways to just have fun. John is really a great, loving member of my district, and I would like to welcome him up here. John? And we also want to honor today Robin Redwater, who is a proud member of the cultural circle Hi Ho Hi. She'll pronounce this for you later because I can't pronounce Chumash language well. She's also known as the Chumash Bear Circle, or a member of the Chumash Bear Circle Cultural Activities Committee. Robin is currently learning the language of Kaswa, formerly known as Barbareno, under the guidance of Ernestine Ignacio de Soto and James Yee. She's the daughter and nephew of the last fluent speaker of the Chumash language. Robin was honored to participate in the first cultural burn in over 200 years at UC Santa Barbara's North Campus open space, marking the revival of a traditional Chumash land stewardship practice that had been outlawed for centuries. She works alongside several community organizations, including Mini Nature Reserve, MyCop, and Cause, to advocate for Indigenous rights, educate the public, and raise awareness about the cultural and ecological importance of native plants. Robin is also a traditional Chumash basket weaver. Her artistry and cultural expression are currently represented by a traditional Chumash top knot on exhibit at the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History. Robin, have you joined us? Okay. I want to say that these four represent just a small amount of the diversity, intelligence, and love of our Chumash community. Thank you.
Yes. So if you want to come towards the middle.
Oh, I'm gonna get the picture.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your contributions. Welcome.
So I think, how do you want us?
Yeah, you, yeah,
in
in
the
the
center.
center. So can we have you two here in the center as well?
Thank you.
I want to see which side she's going. Balance it.
Oh, is that okay?
Good job, John. Thank you. Thank you for being here.
Tighten it up, Kish, tighten it up, tighten it up.
You could step back a little.
It's a shocker photo, shocker.
Ready? 1, 2, 3. If it's possible, get even closer.
Tighten it up, folks. Feel the love.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Thanks, Dana. Thanks, Robin. Love you, Dana. Yeah, I think I better go around so I don't knock anything.
I got it. Thank you, Councilmember Campos, and thank you to the council as well. Moving on with our agenda, we're now at closed session report. Mr. City Attorney?
Mayor, the council took up the 4 items on the closed session agenda, and there was no reportable action.
Okay, thank you. Council members, any city council communications? Councilmember Campos?
So I have 3 slides and then something else to say. At this year's Wild and Scenic Movie Festival, the Ventura Land Trust showed a movie about the Santa Barbara chapter of Cycling Without Age. And a group of people who were there decided that we need a chapter in Ventura. So they've already started it. They've purchased one of the cycle vehicles, and you can see in the pictures going along the promenade and also at, I believe it's Aegis Center for Independent Living. We're considering, or they're considering, getting a couple of more vehicles and bringing this process to downtown Ventura, to Main Street Moves area, to help people move more easily through the street. Next slide. Next Saturday, November 8th, there'll be a screening of the documentary Made in LA. Also present will be labor leaders Joanne Lowe, Guadalupe Hergar, and Melissa Nuncio. The airing will be from 2 to 5 p.m. at Bell Arts, and it's sponsored by justiceforall.org Ventura. So you may want to RSVP them to make sure you have a seat. Next slide. Tomorrow, November 5th, is the annual election meeting of the Westside Community Council. They'll be meeting at 6:30 p.m. at Bell Arts Factory. They'll also be there over Zoom. You can attend either way. Their website or Facebook page has the details about the Zoom link. Please join them and participate. The little art was there, and I didn't remove it from a previous slide. 5 ways to promote sustainability at sea. We're a coastal city, a beach city, and we need to think about taking care of our ocean. What I wanted to say also is to ask for prayers for our friend who comes and sings for us sometimes, Nirvanica, he was coming here today to speak and got rushed over to the hospital. As far as I know, he does have some heart problems, but I don't know what the ambulance took him for tonight. But we may want to keep him in our prayers. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to first thank Councilmember Campos for bringing up Cycling Without Age. It's a phenomenal new nonprofit. So I absolutely ran into them doing a walk on Friday, and I just think it's a really great addition to our community and something that can be extremely beneficial on so many fronts. So I'm looking forward to being able to support that project as we move forward. And I want to also mention a couple of things is that there's a lot already going on. We've already entered the holiday season and the year-end wrap-up. And some of the things that I'm involved with is like the Humane Society. We have a new executive director, Daniel Roselle, that we'll be celebrating and welcoming to our community this Friday. We also have a lot of work going on at the Ventura Regional Sanitation District. Just today, we opened up, did a ribbon cutting with the chamber and many of the other local elected officials and chambers across the county for a very, very important project that's been completed to take the organics out of our landfill and to help reduce our pollutants that are caused by the emissions, the methane gases in particular that come from a landfill due to organics. So separating out organics is absolutely important, and now we have a facility that can actually treat those and actually make fertilizer out of the dehydrated carbon compounds. So it's a neat project. It's going to help our community and put us on the cutting edge of what's happening across the country in regards to conservation and doing the best thing we can for our planet and for the fact that we have climate change going on. I want to mention we also have VCTC on Friday, is a Transportation Commission, which I also very much enjoy representing the city of Ventura on with so many other elected officials across the county. A lot of stuff is going on in regards to the airport. I mentioned it last time, the use of the local airports for drones to move people, to get things up and running in time for the Olympics, to get more trains running. As I mentioned, I think last time, more trains are already running in Los Angeles than the entire metropolitan area of Paris. So it says a lot. We're moving fast to have something that I think a lot of us wish we would have had a lot sooner. On November 21st, next Beacon meeting, it's all about protecting our coastline and getting the sediment to our coastline, especially now more than ever with sea level rise. And that's, again, multi-jurisdictional meeting that I attend about once a month. And coming up soon on Transgender Day of Remembrance is on November 18th. So it's a very important day to remember people who have suffered consequences for being who they are, and remembering those people forever as people that helped change our minds and gave us an understanding of the diversity that exists amongst our community. I want to conclude with a loss that happened on October 27th. A very good friend, a mentor, somebody who has always been by my side as I suffered through my own challenges in life and became very involved in our community. I think you probably know Virginia Weber passed away suddenly on October 27th. And she was involved in a lot of different things in our community, everything from Planned Parenthood to AIDS Care and AIDS Partnership. She was actually our executive director when we formed the AIDS Partnership to bring services to our county, funded mainly by Elton John, who saw the need to bring services to the suburbs for that horrific pandemic. But most importantly and personally, she was somebody who has always supported everything I've supported for our community, because she knows how much I love Ventura. And I know she shared that same passion and same love. And wherever possible, we each did what we could to help complement the efforts and to make sure that every day that we have, that we've been blessed to have, was used in a very productive way to make our community better and make the world better. And so I want to close tonight's meeting in honor of Virginia Weber, one of my dearest friends and somebody I will never forget. So thank you.
Thank you. Any other council members? Councilmember McReynolds?
Just really quick, I wanted to thank the Ventura Water staff. I did the Ventura Wastewater Reclamation Facility tour on the 25th of October. There's another tour. I highly encourage everyone to go out to it. That'll be on November 15th at 9 a.m. at the Wastewater Reclamation Facility. So again, fascinating, a lot to learn there. And then I also want to thank the Ventura Parks and Recreation staff. I attended the 20th anniversary of the Aquatic Center, which also was a floating pumpkin patch. So they had about what looked like about 200 pumpkins floating in the pool area there, so the kids could go out and grab one. And then a very special thank you to the Ventura Tree Alliance for their October tree planting event. So again, thank you very much for that time. And then I'm going to let the mayor talk about Dia de los Muertos, but an incredible event. So
Yes, thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to publicly thank the Chamber of Commerce for inviting me to be a principal for the day, and several other stakeholders and community members. It was such a enlightening and so motivating and so inspirational day for me. I got a chance to spend not the whole day, unfortunately. I wish I could be there for the kids for the whole day, but it was great for a few hours in going to E.P. Foster Elementary. Principal Vanessa Contreras is an amazing principal, and she's done such a great job for that school. And they do need help. They do need volunteers. So if any of you are looking to be the brave souls that want to help with our elementary students, any retired coaches or college-age students who are wanting to fill their time and trying to build the resume while they're looking for work, please reach out to me. I would love to connect with you to see if we can get you to volunteer for part of the school district. I also want to appreciate Pacific High School for inviting myself and Councilmember Mangone to talk up to their students about local government. That was also very it was so great to just connect with the students there. I think what we're trying to do as this council is being more and more intentional in connecting and building collaboration with our schools. As you can see, we're here in Ventura College as well as connecting with our VUSD. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Any other council comments? If not, I'll go ahead and share mine. I'll also start off with being able to go and speak to Pacific High School classroom full of young women primarily, and it was just great to be able to engage and hear what some of their priorities were. I also wanted to remind folks that you still have time to vote tonight. I believe polls close at 8 p.m., so please, if you're here and haven't voted, make sure to go vote. And then next week, we won't be meeting, but it is Veterans Day, so wanted to make sure I recognized that day for those who have served our country, our community in their service. So thank you for that and wanted to recognize them. And lastly, yes, the Dia de los Muertos event that happened over the weekend was just a phenomenal event. And I wanted to not just thank the sponsors and the volunteers who helped put this together, but I do want to specifically name out Robbie Lopez, the event director of Social Club, who just, incredible job. They were there, on 3 hours of sleep, if not less. And the initial counts is that potentially more than 25,000 people were in downtown Ventura participating in this event that many of us celebrate to honor our loved ones who have passed away. And to honor their legacy and their memory. And for those who were there, some folks were asking, what are we celebrating? What is this about? I felt privileged to just be able to give people information about Dia de los Muertos, what it was, what it stood for, and that they were so willing and open to understanding and embracing the culture that celebrates Dia de los Muertos. And I know some of you in the audience were there, and I saw Councilmember Campos, I saw Councilmember McReynolds, and it was just a day full of love, celebration, something that I don't think I personally had seen in this city, dancing and just celebratory. And it was something that I think really proves and shows who our community really is. So wanted to once again thank Robbie and his team for putting this great event that I think transcended what we've seen in the past. And so with that, if there aren't any other council comments, we'll go ahead and move to City Manager Communications.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to point out that our historic Olivas Adobe will be having a volunteer open house. That's on Sunday, November 9th from 1 to 2 p.m. This is an opportunity for those interested in helping out to discover ways in which they can lend their time and talents to sharing a little piece of our local history through the Olivas Adobe. Details are on the city's website if you're interested. And thank you, Councilmember McReynolds, for attending the tour at the water reclamation facility. It's rather remarkable. We are having a virtual open house for our water department on Wednesday, November 12th from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And then again, as was already mentioned, another water reclamation facility tour on November 15th from 9 to 11 a.m. And you can check that link on the screen for additional information related to those and to sign up for those opportunities. Our Santa to a Senior event is back. This is a community call for donated items for seniors enrolled in our nutrition program and home delivered meals service. That is a program that runs from November 13th through December 10th. Please do, if you're interested in supporting our seniors, take a look at the link listed on the screen for donated items that are actually needed, and then where you can donate those items and how you can get involved. We have meetings of the City Council coming up on November 18th, and then the last two of the year, December 9th and 16th. I do also want to mention that we have a high surf advisory, November 5th through 8th. We're expecting high surf and coastal flood advisories that are in effect, with waves up to 12 feet and strong rip currents. Flooding is possible in low-lying coastal areas. The Ventura Pier will be closed the evening of Wednesday, November 5th through Friday, November 7th for public safety purposes. And reopening will be reassessed on Saturday based on conditions and hopefully no damage to our pier. And just a public safety reminder that rip currents can pull swimmers and surfers out to sea, and large waves can wash people off beaches and rocks. So we encourage everyone to stay back from the shoreline, avoid jetties and areas prone to flooding, and respect the power of our ocean. And as was asked of me at our last meeting, I wanted to speak a bit to the federal government shutdown that we're all experiencing right now. There are some impacts to the city operations. They're generally minor as of now. We have some communication gaps with our federal partners. Interestingly, we are able to draw on our WIFIA loan. We still have our loan officer who's working and available to us. But processing of other documents related to grants and related to other administrative permitting and questions that we ask related to projects we're working on compliance with are being delayed. And we have some very challenging times reaching our counterparts at the federal government. We are anticipating if the closure is prolonged, that we'll see cutbacks in training that we use for our fire service, potential a loss of revenue from our grant reimbursements. We've seen a hint that that's something that's on the horizon. Again, it's something we're watching very closely for, but not directly impacting city operations at the moment. We are seeing a loss of Section 8 funds in the community. They end in November. That is something the Housing Authority primarily deals with, but there are overarching community implications to potential homelessness, evictions, and other things that could result from that loss of revenue for our most needy in the community. Our Ventura Water program is finalizing some details to provide some relief to non-paid federal employees and qualifying SNAP recipients. SNAP, of course, is our food stamp program. We have many recipients locally who will be impacted severely from a loss of revenue in that regard. And so Water is working on a plan to defer late payment and actually eliminate a late payment and financing fees in the form of waivers and defer utility payments until such time as revenue's restored and they're able to actually make those payments. There's not a loss of revenue to the city, but it would be a delay in revenue received from some of those high need recipients in our water delivery system. So I'm open to any questions if you have some, if there's an issue I didn't touch on in that report. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from council on that? No? Okay, thank you. Moving on, we'll go ahead into our public communications at this time. The portion of the meeting where members of the public may speak on any city-related topic that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Please note that under the Brown Act, the City Council cannot discuss, deliberate, or take action on items raised during public communications. And as a reminder, we ask everyone to help maintain decorum, to show support in an inclusive and respectful way. You're welcome to use the American Sign Language sign for applause by raising your hands and gently twisting them in the air. The initial public communications period is limited to the first 20 speakers, with priority given to those who are here in person. If you wish to speak, please sign up now, either with the clerk or by using the raised hand feature if you are joining us virtually. This ensures we have an accurate count of speakers. And at this time, Mr. City Clerk, do we have public speakers?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 5 speakers for general public comment.
Okay, and because there are 10 or fewer, each speaker will receive 3 minutes for the public comments. So I'll go ahead and open public comment now.
Our first speaker is Marianne, followed by Philip Fields, Amy Cherry, Casey Rodriguez, and Spencer Norn.
Hello, my name is Marianne, and I wanted to say, first of all, I was a little bit surprised in regards to the name. I believe it says Indigenous Heritage Month, and I'm just wondering when and how was that decided to get changed, because it's traditionally known as Native American Heritage Month. And personally, I don't like to identify as Native American. I like Native or Chumash because there's legal, social, and political implications. Not all Indigenous people are tribal people. So we as Chumash people have a special tribal government, and that's how we operate. So it's throughout history, the tale, not even tale, it was policy. Kill the Indian, save the man. So we have to be really careful with the language that we use, because the federal government obviously really would like for us to not identify as Native Americans or as Chumash tribal people, because that's what ties us to our land and our village. We know that these treaties are still there. They've just not been ratified. If that ever happens, we could lose that what's owed back to us, which is possibly land. And so that is a huge thing that I think needs to be talked about. It's used in many. First of all, we have the BIA, which is the Bureau of Indian Affairs. Which is the federal government. If we ever want to try to apply for federal recognition and receive that, we have to identify as a Chumash Indian. We know that Christopher Columbus got lost. That was not a debate. It's just unfortunately what we're tied to when it comes to land and any sort of type of federal funding we can receive. So I was a little bit concerned about that. We also have ICLES, which is the American Indian California Language Survival Program. We have the Native American Heritage Commission, ICWA, Indian Child Welfare Act. And so these names are still very prevalent, and I don't think, unfortunately, in my lifetime, that these will be changed, that the federal government will make these big changes. And we're actually in the process of doing different acquisitions, so it requires us to put Chumash, Indian, tribal people. We recently, a few days before the government shut down, we were able to obtain a federal harvesting license, which almost never happens for non-federally people. But because of the continuous work we do throughout the community and establishing that relationship, government to government relationship with other people, is not always easy, but it's possible. And when we work this, we get that reward, which is pretty amazing. And I also wanted to give a special thank you to you, Mayor Palacios, and you, Jim Duran. You and I typically are people that don't have the same beliefs and the same practices, but it really meant a lot to me that you have had a voice for us, and both of you actually stepped up and said, hey, we need to listen to these people and include them, and Chumash people will not forget that. Thank you.
Next speaker is Philip Fields.
In the front page of the mailer, there's a QR code. Its first sentence is English words, and underneath in Spanish, it says scan here for Spanish. When you scan a page, opens in English again, one must search the small print for Spanish, because we scan QRS with our phones, the print is small, and the entire mailer in both languages is confusing, hence aborting access to the most important information. On the face of it, you are maliciously denying non-English speakers access to the mailed information. This is illegally excluding many people from the process. You must fix the translation and reset the date. If you don't, we will protest. Why does the council continue to fail to honor its own acts? Where is the climate subcommittee and who are its members? Why do the mayor of Ventura and deputy mayor not materialize in the climate subcommittee to this day? Why do the mayor and deputy mayor continue to violate our trust and treat us as if doormats? Andrew Neal gave his life for our city, but Sanchez Palacios and Halter are leaving us a legacy of irresponsibility, incompetence, dishonesty, and a huge debt. Either you honor your policies or come election time, and we will give you the punishment vote. We must defend the Constitution. Come next November, we gotta take back Congress so that we can get checks and balances. We must protect and defend the Constitution. We serve the Constitution. Without the Constitution, we're nothing. We gotta defend our Constitution and defend our USA and live through and under the law and by the rule of law and defend our USA now and tomorrow and whenever. We must live by our acts. We must honor and give a good example, and we must learn to coexist among the different blocks. We must learn to coexist and unite in order to survive these hard times, financial hard times for our country, and the high inflation, and the upcoming housing bubble burst, and recession. It's here, and the world's de-dollarizing, and we're still saying, oh, we got enough money. No, we don't. So, city manager and Jaban,
Thank you.
you must do your job.
Amy Cherry, followed by Casey Rodriguez. Before the next speaker, Mayor, I just wanted to note that Channel 15 is experiencing some technology difficulties and not streaming the video. So for folks who can hear the audio on Channel 15, it is streaming on YouTube and it is streaming on the city's website. So you can view audio in both of those sources as well as the Zoom video linked on the agenda. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael. Good evening. Hi, everybody. Amy Cherry here. I'm going to preface, this is about the waterfront, beachfront parking lot and the parking lot by the pier. We are so much further than we were 8 years ago. We had a staffing issue, a city manager issue, a city attorney issue. There was, we've had so many directors for the community development department, and we've been getting so much better, and I appreciate that. Unfortunately, there was a little snafu with the waterfront project, and that's what I'd like to talk about. I just don't want to go backwards with our trust. I think it's imperative that everyone's open and involves the community. Since trust is the currency of local government, the city needs to trust and engage the community. Without that, the community won't trust the local government. We shouldn't have to beg our elected representatives for information and transparency. The community shouldn't have to do public information requests to try to decipher what the city is planning to do with our publicly owned oceanfront. The community shouldn't need to point out possible Brown Act violations and open meeting laws. There's been a breakdown in this process and public trust with the project. On September 23rd, blah, 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 I'm not going to talk about that. Having a presentation given by staff on 3 resorts is not a public discussion. 2 years of closed-door sessions is not transparency, nor does it build trust. We, the community, deserve transparency and participation. We are talking about public land. You haven't even asked the public what we want. Tonight, I ask, have a public workshop conducted prior to the December 16th agenda on the discussion of the Surplus Land Act. Public involvement should be the driving force and not an afterthought. The outcome is never better than the process, and we gotta do the process correctly. Let's rebuild trust and put the public back in public trust. Councilmember Halters, Mangoni, and McReynolds, you all know, you were there, you heard the community's comments at the economic development meeting. I think you guys would be in a great position to listen to us and make a motion to have some public workshops on it and get back and forth, and not just here's what we have and which of these bad designs do you like. So I encourage you to, I'm not sure how that works, if you could make a motion tonight or put it on a future agenda, but before you make any decisions on the Surplus Land Act, it would be great if we were all involved together and let's, trust each other. That's it. Thank you.
Next speaker is Casey Rodriguez, followed by Spencer Noren, and our final speaker, Cesar Campos.
Happy Indigenous Peoples, Native American Month. I realize I am privileged to be here tonight to speak while many are home afraid. Just a reminder, many who have been illegally kidnapped are indeed Indigenous, native to this land. Thank you, Mayor, for tonight's proclamations honoring local Chumash people. Congratulations to all. It truly makes my heart happy to see more and more local Chumash people being honored and seeing they are seen and valued on our homeland. I am proud and grateful that honor is growing more and more. We are truly a city that continues to grow in inclusivity and unity. So much recently, the entire council approved the official land acknowledgement. To the entire City of Ventura Art and Culture Commission, I speak for myself tonight, thank you. Thank you for all the hard work, energy, and time we all invested into bringing us into this historical moment, especially all of you. You have played an essential part of tonight's beauty. And Emily Fox, thank you for being the instrumental leader who oversaw the entire process, especially for being the crucial voice during my art and culture interview years ago that encouraged for culture to be represented. Without you, Emily, at that exact moment, the land acknowledgement might not have been a possibility. I do not take that for granted. Thank you. Now, with future steps coming our way to build a Chumash Land Acknowledgement Advisory Group, I want every local Chumash person to know you are invited to be a part. Your voice matters. And let's come together to truly make the entire process something positive that respects Chumash people of the past, present, and future, as well as strengthening the complete unity of our city. The City Council has truly given us an amazing moment. Please, let's grasp it and make it something phenomenal. Together we can. Lastly, as a daughter who lost her father due to Agent Orange, thank you to all veterans. I am aware how emotional Veterans Day can be to many. Please know I'll remember you in my prayers and love. Thank you.
Next speaker is Spencer Noren, followed by Cesar Campos.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council. Good to see you. Ventura Police Department, thank you for providing safety at city meetings and translation in the back. Thank you for your services, translating my words in Spanish. Much appreciated. I've got a few little topics I want to go over today, so I appreciate your time. Number one is go Dodgers. Back-to-back champs for the first time ever. But what does community come together with sports? It was so fun together, whether it was the restaurants, the local bars, shout out Cronies with the sweatshirt, but it was your house, right? Having fun, and what a sporting event can do. And going into college sports, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Anthony Fasthorse, native of our community, up in Oregon right now. Also going into sports, we've got high school sports kicking off a CIF this week, which is crazy awesome. Ventura High School plays at home this Friday night. Ventura Water Polo is playing second round down in Los Angeles. Ventura High School girls volleyball plays in the finals, I believe, for Division 4 this Saturday in Los Angeles. And did you know that Buena, Mr. City Manager, is in Division 1 water polo Thursday night, 5 o'clock, Rio Mesa. But sports are so huge for a community. It's exercise, it brings people together. And I wanted to recognize again Mr. Anthony Fastor for his success at the University of Oregon this year as a freshman. Getting off my list, I want to start with number one by saying I recognize and appreciate the public speaker about Chumash Heritage Month. I appreciate that, or Native Heritage Month. Number two, I want to get into the Ventura Water Pier project right now, but I think it's Prop 218 about the proposal of possible protest letter. I heard that in social media, we were going to be advertising this very fluidly. I have yet to see the protest letter posted on social media by Ventura Water. I've seen the communication, but I haven't seen the actual protest letter posted. I would love to see that happen. Number three here I got about some road safety concerns. One is on Foothill Road between Hamilton and Court, right by the Barlow Canyon entrance. It really dips and swerves there. You kind of call it the S-curve. It's had some deterioration of road underneath that. We've fixed it in the last 12 months, but I believe the earth underneath that repair is still moving. I would love staff to check that out on Foothill Road between Court and Hamilton. Thank you. Also on Ramelli and Ralston, we have a new four-way stop coming in the Montalva area right by Todd Ranch. This is amazing. Weeds need to be scattered right by the agricultural area. And we had Oaktober at Community Park. And I want to note here that there was a little scuffle between our arborist and a volunteer that day of tree planting. Oh no, right? I think you should look into it because most importantly, why is it important to have a ring around a tree? It helps moisture retention, weed control, temperature balance, root protection, and trunk safety. So it is important to have a ring around a tree for proper tree care. And last but not least, please honor this meeting and Mr. Fred Stoffaker, who's a member of my church. He's an amazing man with Food Share, helped me deliver with Food Share. Fred Stoffaker, amazing man. Rest in peace.
And our final speaker is Cesar Campos. Cesar, you should be able to unmute yourself in just 1 second. Okay, you should be able to unmute. Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Perfect. Firstly, it's amazing to hear that you're acknowledging the Ventura County, the Chumash community acknowledgement. It's so great to hear it. So, good evening, Ventura City Council and Mayor Sanchez Palacios. My name is Cesar Campos, and I'm a student at Oxford College and a fellow with the local nonprofit Climate First, replacing oil and gas and or CFROG. So CFROG is a Ventura County-based advocacy organization leading a just transition away from fossil fuels to protect our health, economy, and climate. And I am here to share some information and opportunities to get involved in a community air monitoring project we are launching here in West Ventura. So since 2019, CFROG has proudly led My People, My Air, or United, a community air monitoring project aimed at expanding local air monitoring networks across West Ventura and Oxnard. And this project will provide valuable community-specific data that allows us to better understand the local air quality landscape in our region and in turn better inform decision-making processes that protect our community health. CFROG received funding from the California Air Resources Board to continue doing this important work in filling air quality data gaps in our communities. In order to ensure this project accurately reflects the community priorities, we're establishing a Community Advisory Committee, or CAC, here in West Ventura, and that will help inform and lead this project as it is implemented. We're looking to recruit CAC members that live in West Ventura and care about making a difference in their communities. And members from the CAC meetings members from the CAC will play a key role in guiding and informing the project by making sure decisions are rooted in life experiences, concerns, and needs. And I want to mention some few things CAC members can expect, like attending a community advisory committee every other month, receive air quality and air pollution education from project partners such as the Ventura County Air Pollution Control District, CSCI, and the California Air Resources Board, or CAR. Inform the signing of 2 air monitors in the in their community and oversee the design and implementation of community engagement materials for the project. You know your community the best, and this is why we are recruiting people from West Ventura. If you or anyone you know will be interested in becoming a CAC member, please, I invite you to visit the CFROP website at cfrop.org.
Thank you.
Or fill out the CAC member interest form. You can also connect
Thank you.
with Grove at cfrop.org. Thank you.
Mayor, that concludes public comment.
Thank you for that. Mr. City Manager, any comments related to public comment?
Just a note, Mayor, that I've made record of the complaints regarding the road surface on Foothill.
Thank you. Moving on our agenda, we're now at consent items. There are 5 consent items on tonight's agenda for consideration. Any items that we have any questions for, or no votes, comments, or requests? Councilmember Mangone?
You have comments and, sorry, Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item 3 for comments and a vote.
Okay. Anyone else?
Schedule number 2.
Number 2, Councilmember Duran, do you have questions, comments?
Just comments on the scheduling for that.
Okay. Anybody else? If not, we'll go ahead and do comments on number 2.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. After reviewing the schedule for our city manager, or our city council meetings, there was a request made that we move May 26th meeting to June 3rd, which would be the first Tuesday in June. So instead of having 3 meetings in May, we would have 3 meetings in June. And then the same with February 24th meeting, moving that to March, the first Tuesday in March. So instead of having 3 meetings in February, we would have 3 meetings in March.
Okay. And Mr. City Manager?
Yes, Mayor, that's fine by us. We looked at the schedule and doesn't appear to conflict with anything that's standing.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. City Clerk, you got those dates?
Yes.
Okay.
One more time. The February 24th meeting is moving to the first Tuesday in March, which would be March 3rd.
Yes.
And then the May 26th meeting would be moving to the first Tuesday in June.
Yes.
Was that correct? June 2nd?
Yes.
June 2nd.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Can I just get an understanding as to why we're changing the dates?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to be out of the country for one of those and then out of the state for the other.
And also, I had flagged the May 26th, that's right after Labor Day. So I just wanted to make sure we weren't meeting, Memorial Day, we weren't meeting right after a holiday. Okay, thank you. All right, so if there aren't any other comments on these items before we go to the pulled item, can we vote on the 4 other items?
Can I just ask, is, because we're changing the actual proposed, is that a separate motion? Or is that just part of the consent? What are we doing?
I think that should be, that motion should be captured as part of the motion to approve the consent calendar.
With the amendments?
Yes, so that should be called out in a motion. So approve the consent calendar with certain date changes.
Thank you.
Okay.
One motion.
Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the 2026 council calendar with the 2 changes noted, as February 24th becomes March 3rd, and May 26th becomes a June 3rd meeting. And I move that we approve this with calendar with those
And
changes.
Deputy Mayor Halter, we can include the other consent items in that as well, except for item
Except
number
for number
3,
3.
which has been pulled. So for the remaining consent items, we can include that in that motion.
So we'll include items 1, 2, 4, and 5.
Exactly.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
Okay, there's a
Okay.
motion and a second.
Yeah, and do we have any public comment on any of those items?
Thank you, Mayor. We have 1 speaker on item number 2, Spencer Noren. Spencer, you'll have 3 minutes. Apologies, we have 2 speakers. Marco Cuevas will be next.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mayor, Council, VPD, translation, thank you. I'm glad this came up today And I'm also glad during Councilmember Schumacher's public comments earlier, we talked about the relationship between our Ventura Unified School District and the city of Ventura. And I'm going to reflect about 7 years ago when I was told by a council member by the name of Jim Friedman not to talk about schools at city council because there's no correlation. I was told not to bring it up, but now we know how significant it really is. Councilmember Mangoni just 2 weeks ago talked about a motion which was approved by council about the joint use of our schools and our city, about the open space and how important it is. The Chamber of Commerce is obviously involved with the school district, having the principals for a day. But this schedule doesn't allow our community to be involved in both. City council meetings used to be on Mondays. School boards were on Tuesday. That was for a long time that I can remember. But just 2 years ago, this council changed their meetings to Tuesday nights, which probably had some positive effect for this group. I appreciate that. But really almost squeezed our community out from being involved completely. Council members can't go to school board meetings. School board meetings can't come to council board meetings. Example being Sabrina Rodriguez, who was on the General Plan Advisory Committee meeting. She could have benefited greatly by not having meetings on 2 nights. I think that you as a group, as leaders of elected officials from the school board to the city council, need to give the community a chance to attend both meetings. It doesn't seem like a request. I think I've commented on this about 6 different times, maybe 7. Let me check my notes. It's been a lot. I haven't seen any effort at all for you guys to really encourage yourselves. Maybe you want to go to a school board meeting, but you can't. So please, I know it's not going to happen this year, obviously, because you're talking about your schedule the next year, but for the future, please consider the community and the cohesionness that the old leaders knew about open space, teachings. They're together. The Ventura Unified School District and those properties and our way of life in this community and the city of Ventura are combined. There's no separating it. We can't have meetings on 2 nights. Thank you so much.
And our next speaker on item 2 is Marco Cuevas.
Sorry, excuse me. Definitely agree with what the previous speaker said. You guys are almost voting on a motion before I could have public comment. I was like, whoa. Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, fellow community members. Just like the previous speaker, I come before you this evening to encourage collaboration with Ventura Unified School District. One way to do that is through calendaring of meetings by City Council and Ventura Unified's Board of Trustees. And so I took a look at the proposed 2026 schedule for you tonight, as well as Ventura Unified's, as they have tentatively proposed on through June of next year to be voted on at their December 16th meeting. And I want to say, while it is too late for 2025, I don't think it's too late for next year. We still have a couple months left in this year, and this is here before you tonight, but you can push it as well. All but one date, now 2, as amended by Councilmember Duran, has meetings by both governing bodies at the same time. I would love to see those conflicts mitigated to allow more opportunities for participation by community members at both meetings. I'm not necessarily advocating for City Council to go back to Mondays. I personally like Tuesdays better. Perhaps with some coordination, it could be alternating Tuesdays. But again, I think mitigating when both meeting dates happen is actually the higher priority. That being said, I see further potential if both City Council and VUSD want to meet on the same night, and that is with joint meetings. There are issues that can and should be addressed by both governing bodies, such as workforce and affordable housing solutions, especially as Ventura Unified considers their surplus land, especially the HQ one over on the west side, I think would be a good potential, as well as opening up our schoolyards for recreation access after hours. Many community members are coming before you to find more ways to have more park access. If we can't create more parks, we can do so by using schoolyards after hours. So having council members, trustees, and stakeholders together in these joint meetings not only fosters collaboration, it would be more efficient and effective. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on consent items, excluding item 3, where we do have a number of speakers.
Okay, thank you. And so we have a motion and a second to approve the rest of the items, or to vote on the rest of the items.
Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on to item number 3 under consent. Councilmember Mangonay, you pulled the item.
Madam Mayor, do we have, you said we have several public commenters. Do we want to hear them first?
Sure.
I think, thank you.
Okay. So we can go to public comments for item number 3.
Thank you, Mayor. We currently have 16 speakers on item number 3. Speakers will have 3 minutes. Some speakers have seated time. I'll indicate that when I call the name. The first speaker is Philip Fields, followed by Martin Fletcher and Lilith.
The issue is KB Homes. KB Homes are nothing more than KB Homes. How convenient that our council forgets that they had a violation of the Brown Act, had a serial meeting outside, a secretive serial meeting, a drinking meeting where KB Homes manipulated the council, 5 members. And subsequent to that, the consequence was KB Homes got the favor, got the council by its majority to vote for KB Homes. This is not an isolated violation of the Brown Act. That type of conflict of interests that ongoingly several members of this council have, it can't go unnoticed. It cannot be forgotten. It cannot be forgiven. It's an ongoing pattern. On and off again, on and off again. There they go. This is making a mockery of the Brown Act. Why is it that after the congressional meeting illegally with Congressman Brownlee, this KB Homes violation happened by our current mayor, our current deputy mayor, and all the others, with the exception of Johnson and Campos. This cannot continue on. The same way you were elected, the same way we the people have the power to unseat you. We have the power to vote you out of office. We have the power not to re-elect you. You're dreaming about making higher office by favoring KB Homes and other interests of yours of that nature. But we the people, we the sovereign people reserve the right to give you the punishment vote. This is a sad example, an ongoing pattern that continues, that must stop.
Thank you. The next speaker is Martin Fletcher, followed by Lilith and Wendy Sauter.
Hi, good evening. I went up to the Vista Del Mar site, and the last few years there have been hardly any butterflies coming back, monarch butterflies. And this year, I was really amazed. There were about 40, and this is early season. This is an active butterfly site, and it's pretty awesome seeing it come back to life. Anyway, I looked at the plan for what the KB Homes was looking to do, and it seems that there's a small set-aside area, not necessarily designated for the monarchs, but I think that we should save this site. I think it's valuable to all of us. I think nature is valuable to us, and it'd be nice if we saved not just the eucalyptus trees that are up there, but the Monterey cypress and the redwoods. They're all valuable to the monarchs, and I hope you'll think about this and take it into your consideration with the decision that you make with KB Homes. Thank you.
Next speaker is Lilith. We'll have you speak clearly into that microphone,
Let's
please.
see if this is better. If you speak right into it, it helps. Good evening, Madam President and City Council. The KB Homes Vista Del Mar project was started under what I see as a cloud. The MOA should never have been agreed to. A number of the current council members were a part of that. No one but KB Homes and probably Chamber of Commerce likes this project. It was rejected by the Design Review Committee twice. I was at both meetings. The buildings are too close together. There's not enough room between the buildings for the trees proposed. There's no personality to the buildings, no functional public space. It looks like an upscale project using the word with the worst connotation I can give to it. The issues that affect all of the citizens of Ventura have not come close to being addressed. A safe way to cross the railroad tracks for both pedestrians and bicyclists, open space that will benefit all of Ventura, both for recreation and environmental protection. Some plan to address the traffic, which is horrendous now, and with the new hotel will become worse, and then add 215 more housing units to that bluff. This is the last ocean bluff in Ventura and is a major entry point from the 101 freeway. The plan is an insult to the city of San Buenaventura. KB Homes has pretty much ignored the DRC. If an extension is granted, then KB Homes must come up with a better aesthetic, environmental, safety, and city benefiting plan. Thank you.
Next speaker is Wendy Sauter. Wendy, you've been seated time. By David Luff, you'll have 6 minutes, followed by Chris Ament and Amy Cherry.
And if the audience can please hold your applause. Again, please raise your hands and shake your, or twist your wrists to show support. That would be helpful. It's distracting to speakers and to council members up here. Thank you.
Good evening. I won't need 6 minutes, so not to worry. Tonight, you're being asked, or we're being asked until it was pulled, to extend the MOA. I realize tonight, can you hear me now? Tonight, you're being asked to extend the MOA. I realize that this doesn't approve the project, but it has already, as Lilith said, been through 2 DRC meetings, and the next step, according to staff, at the last DRC meeting is the Planning Commission. KB Homes refused to make the project changes that the DRC states are essential for this property. Based on their unwillingness to make this a better project, I request you either amend the MOA or condition the extension and require KB to comply with the DRC recommendations. At the March DRC meeting, the members discussed the importance of this site, stating the space is a gateway project and is a special property that could be beautiful. Yet, what the developer has planned is a missed opportunity. They all agreed the project needs to go back to the drawing board and KB needs to redesign it with more thought. That was stated by all of the members. Member Kiesel, a landscape architect, said that the open space is an afterthought and needs to be completely redesigned. They all wanted to preserve the mature trees existing on the site. All 5 members voted to bring the project back with changes. Of the 18 recommendations, the first 4 only, there's several, are height, massing, overall density, and open spaces. In May, KB returned to the DRC, and staff even noted that overall, the plan has remained the same. They didn't make any changes. They were very minor and insignificant. The representative for KB Homes said they have council support, perhaps as justification for ignoring the DRC's recommendations. The DRC then unanimously voted to deny the project and detail the basis for this denial so the Planning Commission could better understand the shortcomings of this project. The MOA allows you to make modifications based on the DRC's many problems with the proposed design and KB's apparent refusal to make improvements. I request you amend or condition it on KB implementing the DRC recommendations and redesign this project. Per staff, since this is a legislative change, the 5-meeting rule doesn't apply. So after the appropriate changes are made, go back to the DRC again before continuing to the Planning Commission. Finally, please ensure that there is an at-grade crossing at the railroad tracks. Thank you for your time, and I hope really that you'll think about this. This is something that you can do. Thank you.
Next speaker is Chris Ament, followed by Amy Cherry and Yvette Placencia. And Chris, you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Testing. Good evening. My name is Chris Ament. I'm the founder of Native Monarchs. That is a nonprofit organization for the conservation of monarch butterfly, not only their habitat, that is their breeding habitat, but also their overwintering habitat here in Ventura County. First, I'd definitely like to thank the council for the monarch initiatives and wildlife policies that they added in the general plan for 2025. I think, in my opinion, that was historic. And I think we got to keep this on the front burner. And I think that's why this is important. I'm here tonight to ask the council to pause any further approvals or project actions for the Vista Del Mar KB Homes development until the environmental impact report and biological assessment are completed and made public. I understand there are a lot more steps to this until it's approved, but like I said, I'd like to keep this on the front burner. The Vista Del Mar property, formerly the old lemon packing site, contains a documented monarch butterfly overwintering site, number 3139. And this is a place where monarchs have historically clustered in the existing eucalyptus groves. These trees are critical for their winter survival, providing the wind protection and stable microclimate that they depend on. Unfortunately, and a big reason why I'm here, is that very large eucalyptus and cypress trees within this root site were removed between 2021 and 2022 without a coastal development permit. And those trees really should be replaced. Any further removal without expert review could permanently destroy the site's habitat value. And just a side note, the year that they were removed, before they were removed, it was 207 count on that site. The year after was 48, so that's a big drop. U.S. Fish and Wildlife has a proposed rule that's going to be officially announced by December 2025, probably as threatened under the Endangered Species Act. So it's critical at this time because Ventura County is one of only 7 counties in California proposed for critical habitat designation. Federal guidance is a 500-foot buffer around overwintering sites to maintain conditions for monarchs to survive. I understand the city may need to grant the extension if requested, but approving any new actions without this critical environmental information would not meet due diligence under CEQA and the Coastal Act. With that said, I don't think there has to be a conflict over this because there are ways to work together so development and conservation can coexist. Even if the full buffer isn't feasible, monarch overwintering sites can still persist in smaller, well-managed areas when the right trees and wind protections are retained. I urge the city to speak to specialists from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, local biologists, and CERCES, and make sure that the decisions we make today impact that site. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Amy Cherry. Amy, you've been ceded time by Roger Osborne and Jeff Clemmy. You'll have 9 minutes. And I believe we have a PowerPoint for you as well, so we'll pull those slides up right now. Amy, the timer will be over here on this timer.
Hi, everybody.
3 inches. It's the circumference of one of the trees. There's 3 other trees that are 16 feet, 3 inches around that KB wants to cut down. The rest are, to this knot, 9 feet, 4 inches. Anyhow, the rest are 9 feet, 4 inches, and there's at least 32. Thank you. My lovely assistant. So this is the habitat that they're talking about cutting down. Currently, they have maybe 12,000 square foot little pocket park that does nobody any good at the far end. This is also the parking lot that is the monarch habitat. Like other large developments, I'm requesting that you either pause or let this expire. There's plenty of people that would like to develop this and listen to what the city has to say, or condition it on having a minimum 20% of the 15.2 acres be preserved as open space and park space. Can you imagine going up there and having a picnic, laying down, watching the butterfly show? The ecotourism this could bring to the city? You'd have the property taxes from the units over there, but a minimum of 20%. A 2-acre area where kids can actually throw the ball, have some benches, some barbecues. So condition, slide number 2. These are the conditions if you care to listen. Preserve the monarch habitat, and this includes the cypress, the firs, the eucalyptus. Require 20% of the parcel be open park space. Set a 60-day deadline to finalize and show the community what you plan on doing with the railroad overpass. Let the public know KB and the city's plan to address the increased traffic on Vista Del Mar, Alessandro, and Seaward. We need to know the traffic mitigation efforts that are going to go forward and affect us all. Again and again, we've asked for a Seaward specific plan. Chamber asked for one. Planning Commission asked for one. We've all asked for one, and the council did not put that into the MOA, which was unfortunate. And finally, the giant ficus lining the entrance to the facility now. Those are also 9+ feet in circumference. Those should stay. They're landmark trees for sure. These are true assets to the city. I think these need to be preserved. There's ways to make money off of monarchs. People want to come to Ventura to see the monarchs, and if not, they'll just drive up to the next city that has, Santa Barbara has an incredible, preservation for their habitat. So requesting an extension is renegotiation of the MOA. So use your leverage. Do not reward their bad behavior. They have not been acting in good faith. There's been no community outreach. They went to one Midtown Council meeting, and honestly, it was kind of a joke. I don't even think that was after the MOA was signed. There's been, virtually nothing. This is the same plan they had 4 years ago. They came back with it 2 years ago because the city wouldn't agree to it. So that's how the MOA came up. That's been 2 years ago. Supposedly they're doing their EIR to see what's possible there. So the general plan, huge, the whole city, their EIR and CEQA documents took 18 months. Why is it taking more than 2 years for this company? As of Monday, I still haven't seen a notice of preparation filed or anywhere. There's been no scoping meetings, as far as I know, for the CEQA or EIR. Since this land is industrial, and you can't make the CEQA findings to support the residential designation, that's why you have to have it first. City Council, I know you see the value in this prime Ocean View Bluff. If KB gave some community improvements and brought an acceptable project through the DRC and Planning Commission,
With recommended changes, council would consider the final project based on its merits and either decide to approve the site-specific local coastal program amendment or deny it. So tonight they're asking for another year. To do what? Has there been an update? Do we even know it's been completed? I know it hasn't been completed. Please use this. How's my time, Michael?
3 minutes, 30 seconds.
Awesome. Use it, rework the agreement. It was rushed into the first time. I think that you could fit some positive things. Hold their feet to the fire. Make them do the things they said they would do. We were supposed to have the railroad overpass, underpass, workaround by this summer. That was canceled. I don't know why. Is someone not agreeing to it? I hear again that council already approved this, so they don't need to change it, but that's not true. It's required that they make recommended changes. Please do not reward bad behavior. Require that the extension be conditioned on those 5 items. This is an opportunity to hold KB accountable and safeguard community benefits. I'd also like to remind you that a majority of the Vista Del Mar residents, which there are quite a few here, prefer it remain industrial. Light flex would be great. The big semi trucks can't come down our side of the street, and you wouldn't have to worry about adding 500 people that want to cross the railroad tracks right there, which is really going to be interesting because if there's not an overpass, they're just going to continue to walk. There's also going to be 2 drive-throughs possibly, and a 3rd fast food place at the Golden China site. You just voted to change the industrial at the credit union to commercial, which is the highest use vehicle designation you could get. So what kind of traffic mitigation are we going to have for this? Like just going forward, I heard there was 3 traffic studies going. We haven't seen them. So please consider at least a 20% of the total parcel be open space. All in that monarch habitat would be great. I appreciate your time and honestly thinking about this. If we can get a specific plan that incorporates all of the projects going on in that vital corridor, that would be great. Thank you.
Next speaker is Yvette Plasencia, followed by Casey Rodriguez and Christy Weir.
Mr. City Attorney, is there anything that, the loud applause is just, sometimes you can't even hear the speaker who's coming up.
Mayor, and I think, that's important to remind the public that it is disrupting I think the mayor could warn, if it's the same person that's clapping, the mayor could warn that person that if it's disrupting the meeting and
Yes.
It sounds like to the mayor, it is disrupting.
It is disrupting because I can't hear who's coming up. So if you could please hold your applause, I would greatly appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Yvette Plasencia. My main concern, and I want to make sure that the City Council is aware, that a large portion of the overwintering site number is 3139 for the Western Monarch Butterfly is in the southeast corner of the project area and that it needs to be fully protected. I expect the city and the planning department to go above and beyond environmental laws, state and federal, to preserve, restore, and enhance this overwintering monarch grove and all of the other monarch groves in the city's borders. The MOA does not mention anything about Fish and Wildlife Service review, as the monarch has been proposed to be listed under the Endangered Species Act. Additionally, the CDFW lists the monarch butterfly as an S2 status. That means it's imperiled. The MOA also does not mention any consultation with the Circe Society from the West that does the Western monarch count, who has been documenting and researching monarch populations and have observed a 95% decline in migratory Western monarchs. I suggest that the project utility suggest that the project utilities all be underground, and the part of the improvements would include lines west of the project and east of the project on Vista Del Mar in order to protect additional monarch wintering groves in the area and other eucalyptus trees and other wintering trees for monarchs. I asked the city of Ventura that these items be included in the MOA before it is extended and signed by the city, or not renew the MOA until the environmental review process is completed. Also, the trees removed in the grove need to be replaced. That's it. Thank you so much.
Next speaker is Casey Rodriguez, followed by Christy Weir and Mark Sirota.
Hello, please be wise land stewards and do what's best for the city, land, and Western Monarchs. Keep the trees and deny the time extension and this project altogether. We Ventura citizens, as you can hear, are very disappointed in KB Homes, and we're asking for us to be respected. The Western Monarch population have been at an extreme low level, but like it was mentioned earlier, currently we see a significant population increase. Please respect and protect that. The specific area is a well-documented site. Habitat loss is one of the most affecting reasons to drastic populations. Please do not be like so many leaders who fail to realize the importance of thinking of ecosystems before they approve development. Please realize the trees are alive, the trees are relatives, and are home to millions of other living relatives who call them home. Please, while we give an official land acknowledgement, strengthen your connection to Hutash, Mother Earth, and pay more respect before we damage what we have left. I ask, please have a heart and allow the Western Monarchs a chance to increase in population, not decrease, or worse, go extinct. Imagine if you were on your way home, getting ready to rest, and as you go down your block, you realize your home is no longer there. Imagine the sense of confusion and stress. Without these trees, Western Monarchs will die. Instead, let's deny this project and do what Ventura citizens want. Protect the Western Monarchs. The Western Monarchs we have today and all Western Monarchs that will come to our city in the future. Once we cut the trees, it will be too late. Lastly, thank you to all nature conservation groups who work hard educating, researching all us citizens to know how to respect Mother Earth more. Thank you.
Next speaker is Christy Weir, followed by Mark Sirota, and our final speaker, Spencer Noren.
Good evening. This MOA has some really good requirements in it. I would ask you to please approve an extension of the MOA, but with some additional amendments as well. Right now, it seems like it doesn't have a deadline. They don't have any incentive to actually meet the requirements of the MOU. What it seems like to me, and Rachel can clarify this, it's completely open-ended with no deadline for compliance. It can just expire. And then the applicant can move right into the development agreement stage without meeting any of these MOA's requirements. And there needs to be something in there, an amendment that makes it enforceable to meet all these good requirements that are in here. My question would be, maybe for Rachel, if she's going to come up, is what has been accomplished over the last 2 years in terms of the requirements that are in there now? For instance, number 4, was the circulation study done? That's required. Or is it in progress? Number 6 was the community engagement. There was 2 years went by. Was that done? Number 8 was design standards and the zoning overlay, because there's no design standards there now. What is the progress on that? That site needs design standards, and that's required in the MOA. Number 9 was the railroad crossing design study. Is that done? or started. Also, the Vista Del Mar tree preservation, that was supposed to be added to the design. Has that been added to the design? The linear park and open space were supposed to be added to the design as required in the MOA. Have those been done? I would want to know the answers to those questions and then get something in there. For instance, you could amend it to require the DRC recommendations to be part of this, which I was at the DRC meeting and they were really good recommendations, which have been ignored. As proposed, this project is alarmingly overstuffed with monotonous 3-story boxes, totally lacking in trees. They're cutting them down. They're not planting a whole lot. Lacking in park space and lacking in wide sidewalks. The DRC said it was poorly designed in every way. They tried to find something good about it, and they couldn't. And the public agrees with that. I think this
Thank you.
MOA can help get a better project if it's extended and enforced and amended. Thank you.
Mark Sirota. And Mark, you've been ceded time by Jill Webb and Natalie Bruton. You'll have 9 minutes.
Good evening, council members. I will be focusing my talk tonight on a subset of the issues that I wrote in a letter that I submitted earlier today. Some of my comments in that letter are incorrect because I was unaware of a critical change in the MOA from November 2023 City Council meeting to when it was signed in December, and I apologize for that. I encourage you to deny the extension of the MOA with KB Homes, thus letting the MOA expire. My reasoning is that over the last 2 years, KB Homes has clearly demonstrated that they are not interested in building a development that is reflective of the priceless beauty of the site, the views that it affords, and the needs of the community. In addition, I encourage you to reconsider the development of a Seaward Corridor specific plan and to generate objective design standards that are applicable to this type of project as soon as possible. First, let me provide some rationale on why I think a specific plan would provide value and is relevant. In February of 2022, the pre-application letter sent to KB Homes from the Community Development Director stated, and this is a quote, "Staff is recommending the creation of a specific plan for this area." It goes on to say that a specific plan would allow this area to be comprehensively planned. Public improvements, traffic access, and circulation will be a major focus. Council apparently did not agree with staff, and the work on the Seaward Corridor plan was never initiated. In my opinion, that was a mistake. As an example, one area where a specific plan would provide value is in regard to traffic, which is a big issue. My understanding is that there are presently 3 traffic studies in process. That's fantastic, but a study is not a solution. A study informs the development of a solution that would then be memorialized in a specific plan. The study is the easy part. The solution is the tough part. Solutions get more difficult when key components become fixed in stone. In other words, a more optimal traffic mitigation plan might be possible if there's more flexibility in the design of the KB Homes development. This is a case of putting the cart before the horse. Now let me provide a little justification on the urgency of the development of design standards. At the City Council meeting on March 27th, when the MOA was negotiated in real time with KB Homes, the community development director stated that by following this path, quote, "the city would not have any ability to require anything. It would be the developer voluntarily agreeing to whatever objective design standard they would like to apply." Meanwhile, the signed MOA includes the following. The parties acknowledge that the city does not currently have adopted design standards that would apply to residential development in the area of the project. Then it goes on to say that the city intends to develop and implement a form-based zoning overlay that will include standards applicable to 3-story buildings. And this is key here. Provided such new zoning overlay has been finally adopted before approval of the project shall comply with standards of the said overlay. In other words, KB Homes can do whatever they want to do in terms of design until the city provides design standards, and it'll only if done so before the project is approved. This seems like a collision to me. You've got KB Homes doing what they want to do, and at some point later, the city is going to come in with design standards. What happens then? After KB Homes had put all this time, they're going happily on building this terrible place or thinking they are, and then the city comes in. So this isn't really well thought out. At the March 5th, 2025 Design Review Committee meeting, the committee voted unanimously to ask the project to be returned to the committee in May after KB addresses the 20 design deficiency. Here's a short list of statements by the DRC during deliberations. Quote, tremendous room for improvement. Quote, open space was made up of leftover spaces. Looks like a death trap. This project has got to go back to the drawing board. Needs a complete redesign. Doesn't reflect very well. 2 months later, the May 7th DRC staff report includes the following. Staff is concerned about the applicant's level of responsiveness to DRC's March 5th, 2025 comments. The DRC committee agreed with staff that KB Homes' response was inadequate. One member said it was, quote, like deck chairs on the Titanic, won't make a difference at all. All the changes were minor. The committee voted unanimously to deny the project as designed. Given the above, I think it's obvious that KB Homes is not acting in good faith with the city and community. In addition, over the last 2 years, KB Homes has clearly demonstrated that they're not interested in building a development that is reflective of the priceless beauty of the site, the views that it affords, and the needs of the community. That KB Homes would put forth such a terrible design on such a fantastic location simply because they could does not reflect well on KB, at least in my opinion. They shouldn't have to have somebody overlooking and seeing it and driving them in a way in order to put a good quality development in that place. Without going into detail, let me add that the benefit that the public is receiving from this project is inadequate and poorly defined. We are in a driver's seat. We should act like it. I'm tired of seeing the city cave to developers' demands when it isn't in the public's best interest and it isn't necessary. I encourage the council to deny the MOA extension, thus letting it expire. I also encourage the council to reconsider the development of a Seaward Corridor plan by working with staff and community stakeholders. And finally, I encourage the city to not initiate or continue work on a development design until appropriate objective design standards are in place, and this should be done as soon as possible. Thank you.
And our final speaker is Spencer Noren. Spencer, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mayor, Council, VPD translation. This is a very sensitive subject to my heart because I think we should be thinking of one name right now. It's Aaliyah Boyd, the young lady who on July 7th lost her arm, which was reattached because of this railroad crossing we're talking about. How much concern are we giving about our residents in Midtown? That KB Homes already developed the old Haley Point, and now the railroad crossing didn't get finished. And now we have also a chance to kind of right a wrong. And I really wish Mayor Joe was here, because Mayor Joe sure did put us in a tough spot here. Because when I interviewed him in 2020, before he won a council seat in that district, he told me, Spencer, I have a high priority. It's to change the usage of the Ventura Credit Union, the area I'm the old CEO of. We put him on this council because he was so fluid with money, knowledge. And he also said he wanted to get rid of a bunch of trees that the owner up there hasn't had a chance to get rid of yet. Of course, broke my heart sitting in front of Surf Yogurt, but I couldn't tell him how much I love trees, especially eucalyptus. But as you heard the numbers, Mayor Joe got his way. The old CEO went through and ended up cutting down close to probably 40 to 80 trees, eucalyptus trees, on this site, knowing that was coming up in the future. And if Mr. Glenn Overly was here, he would tell me more about how there was a special lunch set up at Aloha Steakhouse that some of you might have been at that I wasn't invited to, neither was Glenn, where KB Homes was at, and Glenn was there. Glenn found out about this and found out more. And you ultimately go to Mayor Joe's Brown Act violation, where he knew in his final speech of being the mayor, he said not being able to discuss with his council members and get things done fast enough was probably the reason he didn't run again. And that's why we're here. because Joe was told to do certain things about the lemon packing plant and the credit union because those are the areas that he knew best. And with all respect again, he also told me he was going to get new trees, lighting on the trees downtown in 7 weeks. But to my knowledge, there's been no money funded for new trees to be lighted on our trees next to the mission. Joe let us down. Please don't let us down. Please let us understand what this Monarch situation is about and this Xerxes overwintering site, how the importance of that. And even more importantly, I was thinking about this, I think this is the only site that we're going to be able to actually walk underneath to and access publicly. We can use that for a huge tourist attraction, vitality for our community to gather in public space with monarch butterflies and, ultimately biodiversity. It can happen and you can be part of that. Right here, Harbor Boulevard, it's on agricultural land. You can't go there. You can't walk through the Barranca at Camino Real Park. These wintering sites we're losing them. And this is a chance, like Pismo Beach, to grasp Visit Ventura, to grasp ways to have economic vitality through having visitors come to our community, go to the botanical gardens, go to the beach, and then go to a monarch butterfly wintering site and park. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes public comment on item 3.
Thank you, Mr. City Clerk, and thank you to all the speakers. I'll bring it back to our original council member who pulled the item, Councilmember Mangonnet.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I have a couple questions for Ms. Diamond, if you can come up. A couple questions that multiple speakers brought up. At a basic level, why does KB need an extension on the MOA?
So the extension of the MOA would allow the city to continue to negotiate with KB Homes in good faith and ultimately continue to maintain a reputation of negotiating in good faith with developers. We are very well on our way to getting a DA wrapped up, the language wrapped up, and going back to Planning Commission and Council for ultimate approval in the spring. We're working on an MND right now as well, a mitigated negative declaration for environmental review that's in process. So this would allow us to maintain the existing terms that we agreed to and continue to roll those into the development agreement.
Okay. And what happens if KB doesn't comply with the terms of the MOA?
So the terms of the MOA get wrapped into the development agreement, which ultimately gets approved by the city council. Should you approve the project itself, it's included as part of the larger approval package. So the permits for the entitlement are contingent upon that development agreement being adopted as well. So it would be up to the city council to agree to those terms that are then in the development agreement.
That are also in the MOA?
That's correct.
Okay. I just want to clarify that. Thank you. That's it. I don't know if anybody else had.
Were those all your questions?
Okay.
Okay.
I just had those questions.
Awesome. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. Ms. Diamond, just piggybacking off of Council Mangonet's questions, so what is the delay and why do we have a delay it's been 2 years?
It's taken quite a bit of time to work through negotiating the development agreement as well as work through a number of the requirements of the MOA. So there has been a circulation study. We've been working with consultants to determine the best way to deal with the railroad crossing issue. And there's been a lot of changes to the project and the public benefits that have gone through city review and ultimately through the developer's design process. In order to craft that development agreement.
Okay. And advantages and disadvantages in keeping the MOA?
So we certainly don't have to continue with the MOA. It's in the staff report under alternatives. If we did not extend the MOA, we would continue to negotiate the development agreement, but it doesn't hold anyone to those MOA terms. Again, much of that is already wrapped into the development agreement language. But it is a good faith measure to continue to, on both sides, agree to those terms. And allows us to continue to, use that document as kind of a guiding force for the final development agreement language.
And if we were, looking into the MOA extension, how does this allow us to address the concerns expressed by the community and also the DRC?
So there's a number of options that the city, that's a lot better, thank you. There's a number of options that the city council could take right now. So you could give us direction that we can wrap directly into the development agreement. Obviously, any direction now going into an MOA would need to be agreed upon by both parties. So I think what would be most helpful to staff is to hear direction from city council that we can relay back to the developer to have them make any changes to their project. We would incorporate those into the development agreement. Another option that we could do is come back for a conceptual review at both Planning Commission and City Council. It was staff's plan to come back after this item in early 2026, just to update you on the progress so that we could get any input. We could have that meeting where council can look at the plans, look at the draft agreement, and provide direction as well. That may be a better step than adding things to the MOA now. But any direction that the council provides now can help guide staff with the negotiations with KB Homes.
Thank you for that. I like that idea. And just to help me, because I would like to know now, rather than waiting until 2026, why specifically have some of the things that haven't been done. Like we're talking about the circulation studies, some of the community engagements.
So the circulation study was conducted. The community engagement, it was staff's understanding that that was occurring. It's actually the developer's responsibility to conduct community engagement as part of the MOA. Additionally, community engagement occurs through staff at public meetings. So we've had a number of meetings with DRC, ultimately with Planning Commission and City Council. But perhaps the developer is here if you want to ask them about additional community engagement. I'm just going through the requirements of the MOA now. Design standards were adopted as an overlay within the city, but they were not submitted to the California Coastal Commission for their certification. Generally, that process takes upwards of 18 months. We didn't anticipate this process taking quite this long. And so we hadn't initiated that process yet because we wanted to take another look at those standards as we were working on our overall objective design standards for the city, which is in process right now. So that's something that we haven't required of the developer since they aren't in place yet. The rail crossing improvements, we've been working with the developer and our consultants at Rail Pros to come up with a scenario. Unfortunately, a lot of the scenarios don't work and aren't approvable by CPUC as far as what our consultants told us. So an at-grade crossing isn't really feasible at this site. To legalize an at-grade crossing, I should say, there already is one. And an overpass doesn't work because of the power lines. Ultimately, and an underpass also has challenges because of utilities. So what we worked through and have draft plans for is a crossing that takes people down to Seaward and then back up the hillside on to Vista Del Mar. So it basically takes you kind of around and under, but through using natural topography, basically. Let's see, just going through the rest. The Vista Del Mar street improvements is something that is being planned for. This specifically calls for preserving existing trees to the maximum extent feasible. That's something that we've been working through with the developer, and there is a lot of preservation of trees. Undergrounding the utility lines along the project frontage on Vista Del Mar. All but one utility pole will be undergrounded, except the one furthest west on Vista Del Mar, because that one was deemed not to be feasible to underground. You'd have to underground the next few under Seaward. There is a linear park proposed, a multipurpose trail that runs along the frontage of the project, and then it ends with a mini park on the east end of the project, closest to the bank building. And then there are complete street improvements with sidewalks, on-street parking, street trees, bicycle lanes, curb and gutter. And then there are some traffic reduction techniques that are being utilized that will be further defined in the development agreement. Again, we'll come back to council with some details on that. And they are preserving the city-owned slope adjacent to the property to the extent feasible. There will be one pathway that will take you back up that slope from crossing underneath instead of crossing the rail at grade. And then they are providing 20% for sale moderate income units on site as outlined in the MOA.
That's the affordable housing units.
That's correct, yeah. So there'll be 20% of the total units will be moderate income for sale units.
Okay, that's great. And are we also having inclusionary housing as well?
So that is, our inclusionary housing requirements for sale projects would require 10% moderate units, and instead they're providing double that at 20%.
Great. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Campos?
Thank you for being here, Ms. Diamond.
Of course.
I understand how professional and well-educated and focused your staff is. I'm surprised that you're not as insulted as some of the community feels about the way KB Homes has treated the DRC. And I want to know your take on that, since some of what's in the MOU appears to have been ignored by them, and when asked by the DRC or commented on by the DRC, they've ignored it.
Councilmember Campos, just a reminder to speak clearly into the microphone. Thank you. Sorry, Ms. Diamond.
Did you hear everything?
I heard it. Yes,
Thank you.
absolutely. As I stated previously, the MOA specifically calls for adopted standards, adopted development or design standards to be applied to this project. Unfortunately, those aren't certified by the California Coastal Commission, so they don't technically apply to this project. Again, because of the timing issues, we anticipated that certification taking 18 months. We did not anticipate the development agreement process to take this long, frankly. And so technically, per the MOA, those don't apply to them. So it is a bit of a technicality, but it is an accurate assessment that those don't apply.
Okay. At the beginning of the process with KB Homes, there was a request by many citizens for a Seaward-specific plan. And I believe council also instructed, find a way to do a Seaward-specific plan. Have we done anything to start that?
So unfortunately, I wasn't part of the process at that point. So I'm not certain that was the instruction to do the specific plan. I'd have to go back and take a look at the record. But that's not something that we're specifically working towards at this time.
Okay. Let's talk about trees a little bit. And a lot of this predates even, I would say, most of this council. But 159 trees were removed, and I believe 48 or 49 remain that are all historical, ancient in some way trees. They house the monarch population, which almost was lost when the huge number was knocked down. When you were answering the question for Councilmember Schumacher, you said that KB would keep the trees where feasible. I would like us to get beyond feasible and just keep those trees, because it really is a battle right now between the environment and nature and humans, and it would behoove us to be a little more respectful of the earth and what's going on around us.
So just to comment on that, the MOA specifies the trees that are along Vista Del Mar, which don't actually include the eucalyptus trees and some of the other trees that were mentioned. So I think a lot of those, monarch overwintering trees are located deeper into the site, and so weren't specified as to be preserved as part of this MOA. But again, comments like these I think are really helpful to help, kind of direct us towards what we need to do to bring this project back to the city council for ultimate approval, should you, decide to do so.
Right. So my real question is, can we trust KB Homes to step in and give us some of this in order to get their project?
Well, they're here if you want to ask them
Keep the
specific questions
trees.
about the trees as well.
Do they want to step up?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and members of City Council. So can you repeat the question so I have it clearly?
I would like to have you determine a way with this project to not remove any of the existing trees on the site, since so many were already lost. And it's such an important impact to the environment.
So I apologize. I don't have any plans in front of me. I came here to discuss an extension of an MOA. So it's kind of difficult to site plan right now. I can tell you that from my recollection, there are 109 trees on site currently. Our proposed site plan plants almost 500. So this idea that we're getting rid of trees, there's not going to be another tree planted, is not true. That being said, the initial study in MND is currently being processed. A biological section is part of that process, and it studies which trees are on site. A biologist comes out, looks at the trees, looks for other habitat, monarch butterflies, other habitat, and makes a recommendation. That process is still ongoing. So once this project comes before you again, we hope that you will have more information that we can share with you that's been circulated and verified by the city's consultant.
So a couple of things for clarity. A tree that has a 9-foot circumference cannot be replaced by 100 brand new trees, because the life of the tree develops sequestering of carbon, building up reserve to provide oxygens to humans, and a lot of wildlife habitat. So I think it would be good if you can meet with the part of the community that understands that, the Tree Alliance and the Xerces Society, and understand what really is needed there. I find it really difficult to trust that this is going to come back really in a good way, because of my past experience on the council with KB, and I want everybody to work together. I think it would be good if you would make a commitment to meet with the community even while you wait for things to get done.
Sure.
So that we can all understand each other better.
I can tell you that's part of the CEQA process. Any letter that we receive now or after the CEQA document is circulated has to be commented on, has to be incorporated into the document. So the letters that the Xerces Society has sent to the city so far gets incorporated into the CEQA document. So that process has already begun. I'm not an expert at CEQA law, so I don't know exactly who I can meet with, who I can't meet with. I don't know if the city, as lead agent, has to run that process. So again, it's difficult to make these commitments without fully knowing if I'm making any sort of violation. Normally, that as the city being the lead agent, the city would be meeting with these society members and getting information and then commenting on them through the city's consultant.
So it's not you doing the CEQA process, it's the city?
That's correct. The city's the lead agent. They hire a group, Michael Baker, for our project, and they are running it through the process.
Okay, thank you.
Can we get your name for the record?
I'm sorry, Hagai Masler with KB Home as a project applicant.
Thank you.
Thank you. And one more for Ms. Diamond. So how far into the CEQA process are we?
Right now, we have an administrative kind of early draft of a mitigated negative declaration being worked through by our consultants.
So we've never had any meetings with the community and scoping meetings?
No, not for this MND. It's not an EIR, so you don't
Because
have
the
an
way you're
EIR
doing it.
scoping meeting. So circulation will occur when that document is done. But separately, outside of the CEQA process, there's absolutely the ability to engage the public in separate conversations than the MND.
I think it would be very helpful if we had more public engagement on this project specifically.
Just to clarify, do you want the city to actually do the outreach, or would you like that to continue to be on the developer per the MOA?
I would allow you and the management team to determine that. So if you didn't hear me, I responded that I would allow the community development director and our management team to determine where the outreach for public engagement should begin. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you, Mayor.
Sure. I had, Ms. Diamond, a couple of questions, sorry. And that's just following up on what some of the comments from the public were. Specifically, I think it was Ms. Weir who mentioned the incentive to reach compliance and/or the deadline, the enforceability of the MOA. Can you clarify that? Is there a deadline? Should there be a deadline? Do they normally have deadlines?
Ultimately, the goal is for the MOA not to expire before a development agreement is brought for final approval by the city council. In this case, obviously, we did run out of time. Ultimately, it's, we're working through the process and it does take time. We can't rush all of these processes just to, continue to bring the project forward. To be frank, there was a lot of studies that needed to be done in order to get to this point that took a lot longer. At this point, though, we feel that, the project can be brought forward for final review in the spring. Like I mentioned before, I think hearing the concerns from the community, hearing concerns from the council, it's probably prudent that we do a conceptual review by the Planning Commission in January and bring it to council in February for conceptual review. This way we can get final comments before a final document is in front of the city council. And so that would have us having a final, review likely in the spring, depending on how those go.
Would that need to go into the MOA in order to ensure that that happens?
No.
Okay.
Ultimately, that's something that we can do. It's not typical as part of the process, but obviously this is a much bigger project than is typical. And because of those things, we can, opt to bring that back.
Yeah. And I guess for me, I mean, I'm just thinking in terms of like what prevents us having to come back a year later to extend again. I wouldn't want that to happen again, so.
Sure, the only reason that would happen is if we aren't, getting to a final entitlement package to bring forward to the city council. So it's, it's certainly your prerogative as to what to do today. This helps guide us forward towards a final DA. But, at a certain point, if we can't get this project, in a final form for final review, then that's why we would come back before you in a year. Again, ideally, we would want this to be completed in the spring.
Okay. Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor, you had some questions?
Yes, great, thank you. And Richie, if you could please stay there for a second and see if you could help answer this or clarify it for me. It appears, as Christy Weir stated as well, that there's a lot of really good things in the MOA. It's whether or not we're going to see those completed and solutions formed. Do you see with the current MOA, if we extend it, we will get the answers to in the solutions for community engagement, traffic study? I think the design standards are a little bit iffy. I understand why. The railroad design study, which I know involves entities that aren't always favorable to allowing crossovers, but I think it's very important to do all we can to make that right. That's a horrible intersection that needs to be made safer. And also, what do you call it, a consideration for the trees, especially the eucalyptus, in the linear park. And the requirements that the DRC recommended, will a lot of those be part, will we find solutions to those? Will there be answers to those if we extend this for another year?
Yes. And, I think, just to speak to some of the other questions that, that we had from the audience, clearly there's, a lack of information being passed to the public. This is obviously a public that stays on top of projects, and when information is available, they take it in. And so I think the community engagement needs to happen. What I would recommend is that the developer conduct additional community engagement, specifically hold a community meeting just for this project, open to the public, that's separate from any other meetings, in order to talk through some of those issues. City staff will also be on hand to talk through some of the technical reports, but ultimately the developer needs to meet with the community and present this project to them and receive feedback. I think that's something that clearly hasn't happened in a way that the MOA has intended. Obviously, we've already had some public hearings, but it would behoove them to do that. And then the city can handle the public input on the CEQA side, where we have a legal obligation to respond to every letter that we receive, and it's a much more formal technical process. This way, the public can hear the answers to a lot of these questions. As far as the design guidelines, because they weren't adopted, that is something that is kind of missing from the equation here. So certainly if the city council has some direction in that respect, we've obviously heard, from the DRC, but they haven't been able to kind of move the needle on design there. So if there is some input, we can take that today and again, talk to the developers about, implementing more of that. That's also something that we can talk about further in a conceptual review by Planning Commission and City Council in January and February.
Okay. And then, because I think more than anything, it's deadlines, and I would expect Councilmember McReynolds to be all over this. Because history, what I've seen is that you could spend a fortune stuck in the process. And that fortune could be better spent preserving trees, doing better design. So I would want to go through the reviews necessary, but I would want to make sure we do it as efficiently as possible and work toward a deadline. It seems like the deadline might have been with the end of this MOU, and we're not making it, so it's going to be extended. I'm not sure all the nuances why we didn't make it, but I could envision some of them, okay? It's a lot to consider. But I think these terms inside the MOA, I imagine they're going to be transferred over to the development agreement as well.
That's correct,
At
yes.
least the ones that stick, which should be all of those, I believe. I guess I'm most concerned, and if there was a way, I know that this project was significantly larger when it was first brought to us, like double, I think. And so it's already been cut in the number of residents. They stuck with the 20% for inclusionary for low income, which is amazing on that site to be able to have that. And maybe this is my landscape side showing, or the fact I grew up in the redwoods, but the trees mean a lot to me. And if there was any possible way to fit the preservation of those trees, especially the eucalyptus, into a final plan, that would make me a lot happier as one council member.
Thank you. Councilmember Schumacher.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have a question for Mr. Mackay. That's your first name.
Haggai.
Haggai.
Haggai Masler, for the record.
Thank you, thank you. I'm hearing that a bit of the concern is not having enough community engagement. Is there a commitment with KB Homes to be able to have that a bit more as we move forward?
Yes.
Great. And so I think that's all. You can sit down. I'm just going to make a comment after that.
Okay.
Thanks. I think that I guess we're in the deliberation side. I'm going to support the MOA. I think there's a lot of work that has been done and is going to be done. Let's not forget that in the past 2 years we didn't have Rachel or Carlene, and so I have every confidence that they're going to be negotiating to the best of their ability for the city, and also connecting and addressing the concerns of the community. And so I think this is, I feel very confident in getting that they will be getting this to the finish line with the concerns in mind of what the community has expressed.
Thank you. Councilmember Mangone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I have, to piggyback on Councilmember Schumacher's comments, we're not here to discuss the project particulars, right? We're here to talk about the MOA. So I'll stick to that and kind of the issues I have with a couple of the conditions. And I think ultimately I don't want to rely on good faith. I'd like to have a couple amendments outside of a time extension put into the MOA. This is low-hanging fruit, and two of the biggest concerns I'm hearing from the community. Section 9 of the 9A of the MOA, it's requiring KB to fund a study, conceptual design solutions for the railroad crossing. And if the community development director determines the improvements are not feasible, KB will pay an in lieu fee of $2.5 million. That's awesome. The problem is that those fees are determined to be used to construct affordable rental housing anywhere in the city. And I think that, considering the significant kind of safety issues we have along that corridor, I would like that $2.5 million in lieu to be used to to improve access and public safety along that corridor. Whatever that means. We know there's issues with the train crossing, but there's major issues with pedestrian access and safety along that corridor. So I'd like that added in there. It's not even added, it's a change, right? So it's just where we're going to put that $2.5 million. I'd like that done. And section 9B, it's preserve existing mature trees to the maximum extent practicable. You hear it from the public, and that's really not good enough, I don't think. If you stand on that property, it's my belief that KB doesn't need to build a park. There's already a park there. You cannot replace these mature trees on that site. It doesn't matter how many 25-gallon pots you put there. You just cannot. So once they're gone, they're gone. So I would also like a slight modification that, which is, believe it's a public benefits section, is to maintain existing mature trees along Vista Del Mar. And then currently it says as feasible. I think they need to maintain the existing mature trees along Vista Del Mar. If you drive up Alessandro Drive, there's two of probably the prettiest ficus trees in the city of Ventura on the top of that hill that nobody knows are even there. So I'd like that documented in there. And also to add, maintain existing mature trees along Vista Del Mar and documented monarch overwintering sites. That covers really the issues that we're hearing from the community. I think if we make those two modifications, I'd also have full faith in community development staff kind of moving this forward to the development agreement. But like I said, I have to repeat myself. I don't want to rely on good faith. I'd really like to have those kind of small changes in the MOA.
Thank you. Councilmember McReynolds.
Thank you. I have some questions for Ms. Diamond. So let's not extend the MOA and let it go. And let's fast forward 2 years from now. So now the general plan has been adopted and the coastal program has gone through. So what is the city's negotiating position regarding this site under SB 330?
So obviously the local coastal program land use plan would need to be adopted. That includes a change to this site from industrial to multifamily residential. This would occur as part of this project. It would occur now with the project prior to the local coastal program being certified. If that is certified and in place, and the developer came back, let's say a number of years from now, we wouldn't have the same negotiating ability unless both parties wanted to enter into a development agreement, which generally occurs to allow for a longer period of vesting, which is also
but
part
there's
of
no-
this deal.
And then so we have SB 330, we have state density bonus, so they could waive out of unlimited waivers out of any design consideration. Ideally, we would have our objective design standards in place within the next 2 years.
That's correct, yes.
And then we have AB 130 that just went into effect. So the site's under 20 acres. So there's no CEQA review would be required, correct?
That's correct, because there wouldn't be any legislative decisions, which is why CEQA continues now.
Okay, so this is our opportunity to negotiate, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, because in the next 24 months, that's likely entirely expired. And then in terms of affordable housing, we would just revert to our inclusionary.
Which would be 10% moderate on site.
Okay, so just to keep in mind, as we tweak and change this, if we push too hard, in 2 years, we have zero negotiation. This doesn't even appear before us. It would go to planning commission, and it wouldn't even come to council.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. So with that, I'll need a motion to move forward. I tend to agree with Councilmember McReynolds in that, based on what we heard tonight from staff and from what you gave us, and I hear the concerns of the community, and I think that because there are so many valid concerns, extending this MOA is only going to allow us to continue to negotiate, because otherwise we lose that opportunity, and I wouldn't want that to happen. So for me, I think leaving it to where we lose our upper hand, I'm not for that. I'm not willing to do that. And I hear Councilmember Magonet's request for amendments. I also feel like that should be up for our staff to negotiate and see if that could be mitigated even further, to address what the community has shared in terms of their concerns. Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I tend to agree, but I do want to defer to Councilmember Magonet as the district representative there, in terms of some of his concerns, in terms of I think there is a balance. I don't know if I agree, but I also acknowledge that you are the representative for that district in terms of affordable, more affordable housing, versus traffic. It's a hard decision, but
Right.
You are you've been the duly appointed representative of that district, and so if you want to, I would be willing to consider. It's like you said, it's just a switch. It's not really a change. That's already been priced in.
Correct.
So.
It's just a switch, right? So, I think that 2.5 million is not really addressing. It's no longer addressing the issue. The whole reason why we're kind of requiring them to pay the fee in the first place. So, to me, at a very basic level, that's why I think that's important to me. And
Yeah.
and going back to the tree thing too, I'm not saying, a couple of speakers said, maintain all the mature trees on this site. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying the mature trees along Vista Del Mar and the currently documented monarch overwintering sites. If you look along Vista Del Mar where these mature trees are, it's really hard to realize how a seasoned developer could not design sidewalks adjacent to these mature trees. They are not in the way. So they're almost street trees, if you want to call it. So I think certainly even with a very similar concept, you're talking about modifying sidewalks, maybe meandering around a couple ficus trees. This is not significant design changes. So I think at a very basic level, if the, KB is not willing to make those small concessions, then I don't see how I could have good faith that we're going to accomplish anything in the MOA, to be honest with you. So that's why, certainly if anybody watched the last DRC meeting, I mean, you could take this thing a lot further than that. So being as Councilmember Schumacher said last meeting, the council of compromise, I'm just trying to just pick the low-hanging fruit here, which I think is
Would you like
something
to
we
make
can
the
all
motion?
accomplish. So yeah, I would like to make a motion
Thank you.
to extend the MOA with 2 modifications to Section 9B, which would be maintain existing mature trees along Vista Del Mar and documented monarch overwintering sites, and also a change to the public benefit, Section 9A, the $2.5 million in lieu of safe Seaward Avenue or train track access. Those funds to be used for future projects to improve safety and access along the Seaward Avenue corridor.
Yes, Councilmember McReynolds.
So, and this is kind of a combination with Ms. Diamond also, in terms of, I understand your goal there, but there is an arborist study, there's a biological study going on. I mean, there's a potential that there's going to be a conflict between that direction and what the biologist, arborist,
Might be one.
I don't know if I'm saying that right, but.
Not necessarily a conflict, but the biological study and the arborist can help to clarify that further in terms of what overwintering trees are applicable to that. And then obviously along Vista Del Mar, initially those ficus were determined to come out to make way for the bike path and the trail. So the linear park, excuse me. So we would just need to make some adjustments. I do want to add as well, and I think you mentioned it, the $2.5 million fee in lieu is only if a feasible crossing is not constructed. And we did determine that there is a feasible crossing to make down to Seaward from the channel side and then back up along Alessandro. So that fee in lieu generally wouldn't apply. I totally get it. Should other things come up, that it would then apply if they weren't able to build that crossing. So I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so you made a motion.
Motion.
I'll
Is there a
second.
second? Thank you. So we have a motion and a second.
I'm sorry, can you repeat who seconded the motion?
Councilmember Schumacher.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. We'll need a roll call. So Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
No.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
And Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
6 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you all for the discussion, and thank you to the public comment speakers. Moving on our agenda, our public hearing items. Item number 6 is the proposed ordinance amending San Buenaventura Municipal Code for alcoholic beverages establishments, use permits, Chapter 24.460, and Director's Permit Procedure, Chapter 24.505. And we will have a staff presentation. But first, Mr. City Clerk or City Clerk, did we have the proper notification requirements met?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item was adequately noticed.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and open the public hearing now and turn it over to staff for their presentation. I don't think your mic is on. Thank you.
Still on. Can you hear me?
Okay.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Good evening, honorable mayor and members of the council. My name is Valerie Darbuz. On behalf of the Planning Division, I will be presenting agenda item number 6. So staff respectfully requests the City Council consider an amendment to the zoning ordinance pertaining to the processing of some of the alcohol use permits. So the purpose of this proposed amendment is to streamline the processing of commonly requested alcoholic use permits by eliminating the formal hearing and reducing the cost burden on businesses while still applying all the operational standards requirements of the municipal code. This amendment would add the option of a director's permit process in place of a director's hearing process for certain alcohol use permits, described in Chapter 24.460, Alcoholic Beverage Establishment Use Permit. And further, it would extend the application of the director's permit process in Chapter expand the application of the director's permit process in Chapter 24.505, Director's Permit Procedures, in connection with these revised permitting processes. As part of this amendment, the City Council would also adopt an exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act addressing legislative actions. So AUPs, which is short for alcohol use permits, were heard in the past by the Planning Commission and are currently heard by the Community Development Director at a formal hearing. Since 2019, 85 new and amended AUPs were approved at the Director's hearing, with 5 approved by the Planning Commission in connection with other entitlements. So currently, an alcohol use permit is required for new requests at a cost of $5,300 and or for requests to amend an existing permit at a cost of approximately $3,000. The process takes approximately 3 to 6 months to make a complete application and coordinate the hearing requirements. These permits apply to a number of license types that are issued by the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control for uses such as breweries, wineries, tasting room, restaurants, grocers, convenience stores, and bars. A new AUP is required for most changes or expansion to an existing alcohol use permit. So in order to implement the streamlining process, staff proposes to remove the formal hearing process while keeping the discretionary aspect of the permit to verify compliance with the code. The discretionary decision would be made at staff level and subject to the same findings. Applicants would still be subject to the standard and custom-tailored conditions of approval, and applicants would still have to agree to the conditions in order to operate. By removing the formal noticing process, the permit cost would be reduced to $2,112 and the processing time to approximately half of the time. The reduced permit processing would apply to most ABC licenses, except for bars, nightclubs, and music venues that include bars with no on-site eating use as the primary use. Expansion to existing facilities would also benefit from the streamlined process and at even lower cost. The new regulation would apply in both coastal and non-coastal zones. No coastal development permit is required for AUPs, and the California Coastal Commission is not concerned with the changes to the permitting process. Therefore, a local coastal program amendment is not proposed. So on the screen is a table of an abbreviated list of all the commonly processed AUPs in the city and the license types this new process would apply to. So the city met its noticing requirements by publishing a notice in the newspaper and in addition sent a courtesy notice to all past applicants to solicit comments on the proposed changes. Approximately 100 notices were sent. No comments were received following the notification. So during the presentation at the Planning Commission on October 22nd, the commissioners recommended that a notice be mailed to neighbors at least 10 days prior to the director's decision, rather than the notice being sent at the time of the decision making, to alert the public of the appeal period. The language was incorporated in the ordinance before you tonight. So the recommendations in the staff report support the strategic priority of economic vitality and development set by the City Council. And in that, it removes barriers and reduces cost to businesses at large, but also in the downtown area. So staff respectfully requests the City Council does the following: hold a public hearing. 2, find the ordinance amendment to chapters 24.460 and 24.505 to be exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act as described by the common sense exemption pursuant to section 15061B3. 3rd, to introduce and approve the first reading of the ordinance. And 4th and finally, set the second hearing and adoption of this ordinance at the next City Council meeting. And that concludes my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Council members, any questions or introductory remarks? Councilmember McReynolds?
Just one quick question regarding the noticing. What is the radius for the noticing requirement?
300 feet.
Thank you.
Okay. Councilmember Duran?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation. I have a few questions. In regards to, Planning Commission recommended that 10-day notice before staff approval, correct? 10-day notice, and then?
Yes, that's correct.
Can you walk us through like how public will receive notice, and then what specific opportunities they have to submit comments or request conditions before the decision is finalized?
So as part of the fee, noticing a fee is actually paid by the applicant. As part of that process, staff would be preparing a letter. The code allows either a notification card or a letter to be sent to applicants, to property owners and tenants within 300 feet of a site. And within that 10-day period, the public, similar to notification to a regular public hearing, would have the opportunity to come up and to contact staff and submit comments before the director makes that decision.
Okay, thank you. And then will staff have the discretion to elevate an application to a public hearing if community concerns arise or if its site context warrants it? Like, would they be?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. There are built-in mechanisms to do so at every level.
Oh, awesome. And then who will make PCN findings?
The necessity, convenience and necessity findings you're
public
referring to?
convenience and necessity.
Yes, that would be the director. So by signing the, on behalf of the staff represents the director, on behalf of the director would inherently approve that request.
And should PCN cases automatically trigger a public hearing instead of being handled administratively?
No, it doesn't have to.
Okay, thank you. Those are my questions.
Sure, you're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions, I'll go ahead. Oh, Councilmember Mangonet?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just one quick question. How often are applicants denied due to kind of neighboring, after the notices are sent out, neighbors coming and complaining? Does that happen often?
Not very often.
Not very often.
There's an opportunity currently for the public to comment and the director to consider the impact on the neighbors. So for example, noise, parking, screening, things of that nature.
Generally, applications are conditioned based on comments from the public or concerns related to locations in order to, alleviate any concerns.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. If no other questions, we'll go ahead and take any public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. There are no public comments on item 6.
Okay, I bring it back to council for deliberations, and Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff. I just have a very quick question.
If it's a question, I need to.
Oh, darn it.
No, you can go ahead. You can still ask. Go ahead.
All right. It's very quick. So the requirement from 3 to 6 months process was determined because of the director's hearing and that whole process. It wasn't like a legal requirement for us.
That's correct.
Okay, and for us to be moving to 1 to 2 months is more for efficiency and expediency.
Absolutely.
Okay, there isn't like a legal requirement that the state is putting on us or a previous ordinance that we had.
It's not in the municipal code. That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so if no further questions, I'll go ahead and close the public comment, the public hearing. and enter council deliberations. And a motion is required.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
On the motion, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes, the motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, staff. Moving on to, in our public hearing items, item number 7, ordinances to amend and adopt the 2025 State Building Standards Code. And this was continued from the October 21st, 2025 meeting. Just confirming that the noticing requirements were met, Mr. City Clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item was adequately noticed and, as you noted, was continued to this meeting.
Thank you. So we'll have a staff presentation whenever you are ready. And the public hearing is open.
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. I'm Tim Fisk, Chief Building Official. I'm joined by Brett Reed, Fire Marshal, and Rachel Diamond, Community Development Director. It's our pleasure to present for your consideration the proposed amendments and adoption of the 2025 California Building Standards Code. This item was continued from the October 21st council meeting. The state of California updates its building standard codes every 3 years. The latest edition was released in 2025 and is set to take effect on January 1st, 2026. Each city has the ability to adopt local amendments to these codes to address specific climatic, geological, or topographical conditions. In this case, the city of Ventura is proposing to adopt the 2025 codes along with local amendments that reflect our community's unique needs and conditions. These codes and amendments will go into effect on January 1st, 2026. As part of recent state legislation, Assembly Bill 130 now places new limits on how cities can amend residential building standards. Starting September 30th, 2025, local amendments will only be allowed under very specific exemptions. These include amendments that were already in effect before the deadline, emergency standards needed to protect health and safety, measures related to home hardening, amendments that align with the general plan approved by June 10th, 2025, administrative updates like streamlining permitting or updating software systems. The goal of AB 130 is to create more consistency across jurisdictions and help reduce barriers to housing development statewide. In alignment with state requirements and the city's housing element, we conducted a comprehensive review of the proposed 2025 local amendments to the California Building Standards Codes. This review was led by the Chief Building Official in collaboration with the Fire Marshal and Permit Services and Code Enforcement Manager. The goal was to ensure that none of the proposed amendments would create barriers to housing development and that we remain in full compliance with state housing mandates. Due to the restrictions imposed by AB 130, we have limited new amendments that are primarily carrying forward those previously adopted. The key updates include the adoption of the Wildland Urban Interface Code with enhancements focused on home hardening, revisions to the International Property Maintenance Code to reflect current standards, editorial changes to align with the San Buenaventura Municipal Code. Additionally, we've removed certain older amendments to better align Ventura's code framework with neighboring jurisdictions such as Malibu, Oxnard, and Santa Barbara. The adoption of these ordinances and amendments directly supports several of the City Council's strategic priorities. Climate change and environmental stewardship by implementing the Climate Action Resilience Plan and adopting these related code updates help reduce greenhouse gas emissions and improve energy efficiency in the built environment. Homelessness. The adoption of state codes supports the housing element of the general plan. These codes are developed with a focus on affordability and help remove barriers to housing production. And public safety. Current codes enhance emergency preparedness, prevention, and response by promoting a resilient built environment and providing added protections against wildfires and or other natural disasters. Staff respectfully recommends that City Council take the following actions. A, conduct a public hearing. B, introduce and waive the first reading of the ordinances adopting by reference the 2025 California Building Standards Codes and the 2024 edition of the International Property Maintenance Code and related local amendments based on express findings of local necessity. There are a total of 10 ordinances under consideration as part of this code adoption. The full titles of each ordinance are listed in the staff report and the agenda. In a moment, we'll briefly display the titles of all proposed ordinances for your reference. Please note that the complete text of each ordinance can be found in attachment C through L of the staff report. In addition to Part A and Section B, we respectfully recommend to also C, set the ordinances for a second reading and adoption at the next meeting upon which adequate notice can be provided. This could take place at the next City Council meeting on November 18th, 2025. Staff is pleased to present these proposed amendments and updates for City Council's consideration. This effort reflects a strong collaboration between the Fire Marshal, the Permit Services and Code Enforcement Manager, and the Chief Building Official. Together, we've developed ordinances before you with careful attention to both state requirements and local needs. We believe these amendments align with City Council's strategic priorities, support housing affordability, and uphold health and safety of our community without any reduction in safety standards. Staff is available and ready to answer any of the questions you may have.
Thank you. Any questions, council members? Deputy Mayor Halter?
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thanks, staff, for a great report, great concise report. Just a general question, and I'm not quite sure if you can answer this or not, is in the trades, we typically look at new codes as more cost. And sometimes that's not always true. I mean, it could just simply be fixing things and making it a better result at the end. But just from your analysis and review of the new codes that we're looking at enacting, do you have any idea, any concept at all, how much it might add or not to the average single-family home being built?
It's a very good question. Specifically, the state codes themselves, we are mandated to adopt by Health and Safety Code. But in that consideration, California Building Standards Commission does review affordability as one of its key concepts. And generally, if something's going to be introduced, it has to have an affordability aspect brought along with it. So as far as our specific amendments, I don't anticipate an additional cost with any of the proposed local amendments that we're proposing.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councilmember McReynolds?
This is more of a statement. So this council previously extended the Thomas Fryer rebuild special permit. So those all expire with the adoption of this. So once this becomes effective on January 1, everything in the rebuild, whatever's left, will be under the new code. So I just want this to be aware of that. So because that has expired with the adoption of this. So it's more of a statement than, unless you have anything to add to that. Thank you.
Yeah, I think just as a quick comment or response to that, if anyone who is in that area, if they put an application before December 31st, they would be privy to stay within the 2022 California Building Code.
Okay, thank you. If no further questions from council, are there any public comments, Mr. City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. There are no public comments on item 7.
Okay. Any final questions from council before I close the public hearing? Seeing none, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing. Enter council deliberations, and a motion is required for action. Anyone?
I'll make a motion to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
On the motion, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes and the motion carries.
Thank you. Moving on, still in our public hearing items, item number 8. Thank you, staff. Appreciate it. First Amendment to franchise agreement with E.J. Harrison and Sons, Inc. for solid waste hauling. And we will have a staff presentation. But before that, Mr. City Clerk, have all the noticing requirements been met?
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, this item has been adequately noticed.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing and turn it over to staff for their presentation.
Good evening, Dr. Sanchez Palacios and members of the City Council. My name is Ariana Rabago. I'm an environmental specialist with the Environmental Sustainability Division in Public Works. I'm joined by Joe Yonner, Lars Davenport, and Mary Joyce Ivers. Tonight, we're returning to provide an update on the negotiated solid waste franchise agreement. E.J. Harrison & Sons holds the exclusive solid waste franchise agreement with the city. The initial term of the existing agreement began September 1st, 2016, and was set to expire on August 31st, 2026. But on February 11th, 2025, City Council granted a 5-year extension of the franchise agreement as allowed in the agreement and directed staff to negotiate additional services. The goal of negotiations was to add services included in the franchise agreements recently approved by other E.J. Harrison customers, Ventura County, and the City of Camarillo, ensuring the city has service levels as high or higher than any other Harrison customer while maintaining rates at or below the median for jurisdictions within the county. Between April 1st and July 18th, 2025, staff met with Harrison representatives on 6 occasions to negotiate proposed amendments to the existing franchise agreement. Staff has completed negotiations with E.J. Harrison & Sons and is requesting approval of the first amended and restated franchise agreement. The city and E.J. Harrison have negotiated with good faith effort, and we believe the tentative terms meet our intended goals of ensuring that agreed upon services and rates are better than or comparable to neighboring cities. The proposed service enhancements are additional monthly street sweeping for West Side residential areas. All West Side residential areas would be swept 2 times per month instead of the current frequency of 1 time per month. This would support compliance with stormwater regulations by reducing the amount of litter and other pollutants discharged to the Ventura River. Expanded multifamily bulky item collection services. Free on-call bulky waste item pickups would be provided to multifamily dwelling customers based on 50% of the units in a multifamily dwelling complex. For example, a 10-unit complex can receive 5 pickups per year. We expect this service to help reduce the amount of illegal dumping, especially at and around apartment complexes. An annual contribution of $50,000 toward the city's purchase of mulch and compost. Harrison would provide the city with $50,000 worth of the material per calendar year to support compliance with the requirements of Senate Bill 1383. This material would be used to support the city's free mulch and compost program, special events, application of mulch and compost at city facilities, and other uses as approved by the city. And finally, a need-based customer discount program modeled after the Ventura Water Affordability Program. Harrison would provide a 10% discount for waste collection services provided to any residential customer who demonstrates enrollment in the SoCal Edison or SoCal Gas Care programs. In addition to these added services, staff agreed to clarify existing franchise agreement language regarding the second of 3 5-year extension periods. Specifically, the revised language states that the second extension will be granted if staff determines that Harrison is meeting the terms of the franchise agreement. This follows the current procedure for extension of the third 5-year term, making the second and third extension language consistent. In addition to the negotiation for enhanced services, other amendments to the franchise agreement would be made to include state-mandated organics recycling laws. State requirements under SB 1383 have impacted regulations and guidelines for processing solid waste, recyclables, and organic materials. To comply with SB 1383, the city adopted Ordinance Number 2021-12 on November 15th, 2021, to codify state requirements. And since the adoption of the ordinance, staff has developed language to incorporate Harrison's roles and responsibilities under SB 1383 into the franchise agreement and formalize the services that Harrison has already been providing to assist the city with compliance. Due to the timing of current negotiations and the SB 1383 amendment finalization, staff recommends incorporating these amendments alongside the additional negotiated services. This recommendation supports the strategic priority of climate change and environmental stewardship and the focus area of implementing the Climate Action and Resiliency Plan. Staff recommends conducting a public hearing, introducing and approving the first reading of the ordinance, approving the First Amendment to franchise agreement with E.J. Harrison and Sons, authorize the city manager or designee to grant the second and third 5-year extensions if city staff determines that E.J. Harrison and Sons has met the terms of the franchise agreement. And lastly, find the proposed action is categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act and set the second reading and adoption of the ordinance for the next regularly scheduled city council meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Council questions? Any questions? Deputy Mayor Halter?
Just some general questions. Again, the main one is, as a representative for Ventura Regional Sanitation District, I'm very aware of our limitations and challenges with solid waste. But remind me, is it by 2030, I believe, we're supposed to have 75% of our solid waste recycled? Is that correct, or did I miss the date?
It's 75% of organic waste. It's by 2025. So
Okay.
we're hitting the mark this year.
And that's the organic waste, which was the importance of what happened today with the Mountain View facility opening up. I know you all have a lot of experience with other municipalities and what's happening across the state and the country in this field. How would you rank us as far as the services provided with our partnership with E.J. Harrison, Agriman, and the solid waste recovery system? Scale 1 to 10, what we...
11.
11.
11, Deputy Mayor. Now, I would very comfortably say within the county and Southern California that we are definitely a leader. We've been leading for decades, I feel, in terms of our waste reduction programs and our partnerships with E.J. Harrison and the great relationship that we have with Agriman, which has really helped us with our organics program. Northern California generally has tended to be a little bit ahead of the curve in terms of waste reduction programs and organics. So I would say compared to some of the Northern California cities, we may be a little bit behind, but I'd say relative to any Southern California municipalities, we're up there.
Okay, I just want to validate my own impressions. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I'll go ahead and acknowledge, did you have, you're good? I'll go ahead and acknowledge any public comments.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one speaker on item number 8, Spencer Noren. And Spencer, you will have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mayor, Council, VPD, translation. I'm a huge E.J. Harrison fan. You guys know that. Longtime customer, business customer, personal customer. But I wanted to come up here and speak about money, of course, right? 5 years, 10 years, 15-year commitment. That's a lot, right? Are there other trash services in the county, in the area that can provide this? What's the comp? Do you know the comp? Do you know how much we're paying? I think it's important that while we maintain one of our best relationships with one of our best corporations, that we also keep very insightful about the money that comes along with that. And also the quality as well. Street sweeping, West Side, I love that more, but I don't see why we can't do more street sweeping across all of Ventura. Why does it have to be just one side? Is that, I don't know how often the east side gets swept to the west side, but I would assumed it was the same before tonight. And now the west side gets special attention. Again, I love the west side, but they tend to get the most attention in this town. There's no doubt about it, that in downtown. So I'm just looking for more of like accountability and process as we do 5. I haven't been in any other contracts that I know of. I'm sitting in city council, I go 5, 10, 15 years. That's a lot. And I also wanted to look at, again, in favor of E.J. Harrison, just so I'm very clear here, and how I want to maintain that relationship. But I think there could be more outreach going on. I think there could be more public about the great things E.J. Harrison's doing and how much that cost us. Bulk item pickups, perfect example. Maybe they can offer more of that, right? But I also want to think about the color Ventura green. If you wouldn't mind, shut your eyes without shutting them. You can see our dumpsters across town. That awesome, majestic green color. Unfortunately, according to these state rulings that you saw in 2036, we're supposed to paint our trash cans, our trash bins around town a gray color as the colors are changing. I believe with your leadership, we can maybe write the state of California, ask them for a special exception with the blessing of E.J. Harrison, because I know they want to keep that Ventura green around, and allow us to paint our dumpsters the Ventura green still. The color is actually called Ventura green, and I think it's very important to us. Actually, it's part of our culture. Talk about culture. I don't know what people put in the arts and culture. I think the color Ventura green is the culture of Ventura, to be honest. You remove that dumpster and that color, our culture changes. I would love for you to head that up. I know it might seem trivial, but it's important to me to maybe ask the state to keep our Ventura green colors as we keep a great relationship with E.J. Harrison. Thank you.
That concludes public comment on item 8.
Thank you, and I'll bring it back to council for any final questions. Otherwise, I'll go ahead and, Councilmember Campos?
So I have a question in the section on the Senate Bill 1383 amendment, which displays the changing colors. But there is a note that it says the city, it delegates the city the responsibilities for compliance. And I think part of the problem with spillage of trash everywhere on the west side has to do with parts of the community that don't understand clearly what each of the bins are for. So a lot of trash ends up in the recycling bin. And if there's more recycling than they have room in their bin, they put it into the green waste bin. And sometimes they don't get picked up, then people are digging through it. And I believe this is probably an endemic problem. If our outreach and education on all of this can be put in Spanish as well as English, and there be some specific outreach, can be done through the community councils or other ways, it may help to bring more compliance with what we're trying to do. So, thank you.
Thank
Not
you
a
for that.
question, sorry.
It's okay. We are, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing then and turn it over to council for deliberations, and a motion is required for motion. Motion is required for action. Councilmember.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, staff, for your presentation. I said this earlier in my communications. Councilmember Mangonay and I, we spoke at Pacific High School, and one of the comments that a few of the students said is that our city is dirty. And so I appreciate the fact that we're doing additional street sweeping. So thank you for negotiating that. I appreciate you all in adding these amended terms.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Halter, followed by Councilmember Duran.
Great, thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just wanted to stress that what I see in my experience with this partnership and in relation to the trades, in relation to our city and the services provided, and in relation to the fact that a big part of what is fantastic about our culture in California, and Ventura is a big part of what made that culture, is that entrepreneurial spirit and that innovative spirit. And not only do we have a partnership that provides a service, but we have a partnership that actually looks to the future and sees how can we provide better solutions. And these solutions, by the way, aren't just about separating trash and being notifications in different languages help, and I think there is a lot of that. I see it in my business. But it's really about people understanding why we do what we do. And the organics, for instance, is really important because it's a solution to climate change, a solution to eliminating some of the methane gases that are in high levels in certain areas because it's like landfills because of organics. So it's really understanding that and getting the public to understand that, but also recognizing that we are partnering with people and a business and partners in that business with Agriman and Harrison and the like that believe in the future and believe in creating solutions that go far beyond what they initiated 100 years ago, which was picking up trash. And I believe it's exciting to see the potential that we have if we continue to foster these types of relationships in every area that we need to find solutions to our challenges. And with that, I know I want to hear from the rest of my colleagues, but if it's too early to make a motion, I'd be willing to make that motion, but I would like to hear from my colleagues.
Thank you. Councilmember Duran?
First of all, I want to say thanks to staff. I don't think you guys get enough recognition in regards to everything that you do and negotiating this contract and doing what you, thank you. Thank you for your report. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for working with Harrison, EJ Harrison. And I just want to say I'm so happy that you're just in our community. You have been such amazing partners to work with. Thank you for stepping up and doing everything that needed to get done. Thank you for what you do in our community by supporting nonprofits. Thank you for, as Deputy Mayor Halter said, thinking ahead, being innovative, being forward thinkers. You are a blessing to our community, and I'm grateful that we get to work with you. I'm grateful that we get to work together, and thank you for all the service you provide. I just really wanted to say thanks, and I'm ready to second your motion if no one else has anything to say.
Thank you. I just wanted to say thank you as well to Harrison and for their services. I know that I've called plenty of times, and they've come to my rescue. So thank you for the direct service that you provide to our community. Really appreciate it. So with that, we have a motion and a second. Can we get a vote, please?
Thank you, Mayor. On the motion, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mangone?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes, the motion carries.
Thank you, staff. And thank you for that. Moving on, formal items continued. Our first formal item, item number 9, is the resolution amending the compensation in terms of the city attorney's employment agreement. And he has stepped away, and we have Mr. Miles Hogan on deck. And we have, bye. Valerie, are you going to say anything first, or should I be, okay. Excellent. Thank you. So the City Council met in closed session in October to discuss the city attorney's job performance. Deputy Mayor Halter and I were designated as by the council to negotiate any potential employment agreement modifications with the city attorney. We received input from the entire City Council regarding potential compensation adjustments. And following that, we met with the city attorney to discuss the proposed increase. It is recommended that the City Council amend the city attorney's employment agreement as follows. In accordance with Section 4.A1.d, compensation and other required employer costs of the agreement, provide a 2.5% merit increase, modifying the city attorney's salary from $294,018.82 per year to $301,369.29 per year, effective November 8th, 2025. And with that, Council, are there any questions? If not, I'll go ahead and recognize any public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one speaker, Spencer Noren. Spencer, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald, Mayor, Council, VPD translation. I'm just looking at the time again. If I'm correct, am I seeing an agreement from 2024 to 2051? Is that what that says here on this agenda? 2024 to -51. Is that the number of the agreement? Maybe I'm misreading that. That's right?
It's the number of the agreement.
It's the number of the agreement.
So
Right. Yeah.
we're going into a 27-year agreement.
No.
That's the agreement number.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you for misreading that. With that case, even though Mr. Rad's been here for a short time, It sounds like you're happy with his performance. So I will gladly step down on my public comment here and support the 2.5 raise for this time period. Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you for that, though, because I'm sure you weren't the only one who read it that way. So appreciate it. Okay, if there aren't any other public comments, I bring it back to council deliberations and a motion as required. A motion?
I'll move to approve staff's recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. So we have a motion and a second.
Thank you, Mayor. On the motion, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
And Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes, and the motion carries.
Thank you. You could stay there, Miles. No, I'm kidding. Thank you, Valerie, for being on standby. Moving on to formal item number 10, contract PW 26-1204 with Toro Enterprises, Inc. for street resurfacing of Darling Road, Pettit Avenue, and North Bank Drive project. We'll have a staff presentation.
Sorry, it's not a great map. It looked okay before.
And paving is always exciting, so street resurfacing. Yeah. Whenever you're ready.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. For the record, my name is Matt Meckler, Principal Engineer for Public Works. I'm joined by Peter Shade, the Assistant Public Works Director. Tonight, staff is requesting council approval to award a construction contract with Toro Enterprises for the street resurfacing of Darling Road, Pettit Avenue, and North Bank Drive. These streets were identified as proposed projects in both the city's 2023 pavement management plan and the fiscal year 2026-2030 capital improvement program. The project is fully funded through SB 1, the Road Repair and Accountability Act, and is categorically exempt from CEQA as routine roadway maintenance. We received 5 bids for the project, with prices coming in between about 3% to 26% below the engineer's estimate. Construction is expected to begin in early 2026, and prior to construction, postcards will be mailed to nearby residents and businesses, and project information will be posted on the city's website. Staff will coordinate closely to minimize any construction impacts. And that takes us to the recommendation, and the staff recommends that council determine the project exempt from CEQA, approve and authorize the city manager to execute the agreement with Toro Enterprises in the amount of $1,151,000, and authorize future amendments up to a 10% contingency for a total not to exceed amount of $1,266,100. Thank you very much for your time. I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you. Council questions? Councilmember McReynolds?
On the slide, is there a gap on Darling?
Yes, there is a slight gap in the Darling paving at that section.
Why is that?
There is a section of pavement that didn't classify to pave for right there. Trying to maximize the amount of paving we need to do for cost effectiveness.
Thank you.
Interesting. Councilmember Schumacher?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, staff, for your presentation. So I know that often when there are repaving and construction on our roads, the communication is always lacking. So I would love for us to have a bit more effort in making sure that our community understands what's going to be happening on those roads. So on top of posting, you had said it was going to be mailed out on the website. Is there any way we can have you guys present either at those community councils as well, just so that the community knows this is what's happening in the neighborhood?
Yes, Councilmember Schumacher, thank you very much. We absolutely can increase our community outreach.
Great, that would be really helpful. I can't tell you how often I get people super frustrated. I mean, especially the one here on Telegraph, just because they didn't know about it and that they'd have to drive around, and it was just really frustrating for a lot of families. So if you all can communicate that before the work gets done, I think a lot of families would appreciate it.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Halter?
Great, thank you. And thanks for the presentation, and looking forward to seeing more roads getting resurfaced. So thank you for this effort. The question I have is two. One is just out of curiosity, that Toro also is responsible for the restriping, I guess, of the roads afterwards?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Halter, they will be in charge of doing the striping as well. They could potentially be having a subcontractor do the work for them, but once the roads are paved and we have a good, clean product on top, that's when we do the restriping.
Okay, that's what I thought, just out of curiosity, if that was subbed out somehow or if the city did it. The other thing is, I know maybe not so important on these streets that we're looking at doing, but as you go into Midtown and other streets and the Thompsons and Main and so forth, at some point, hopefully soon. A big issue that I've seen over the years is after resurfacing of any type is potential drainage issues, where because the roads are so flat, they were built with different type of standards that sometimes, so I'm hoping that they spend time vetting and looking at the roads to see where there might be a potential problem. Is that typically normal?
Yes, Councilman Halter. When some roads are paved, there could be some ponding afterwards. Typically, what we do is we work with the maintenance department, and they identify they know about those well in advance, and so we work with them in advance of the paving operations to ensure that those are leveled off. There's things you can do with paving to where you can get a good, clean final cap on that, despite some irregularities in the original pavement.
Yeah, and then finally is obviously there's so much. It's so much more complex than a lot of people may really realize, and I know that. But is the one frustration sometimes is when we've paved a road and then 2 months later we cut into it to put a new sewer line or a new water line or something underground. Are we fairly confident that it's not going to be that soon that we see these roads cut up for these sort of utility improvements?
Thank you for the comment. That is something we work with in advance for this particular item. I think what you're referring to is the water line project that happened on Telegraph earlier. Since that happened, Telegraph's now being repaved after that water line was replaced. So we also incorporate a moratorium for roads. And so if one of the utilities needs to cut into the road to get to their utilities, they're legally allowed to by law. However, we can hold off on that. Also, and require them to pave a significantly larger portion of it as mitigation. But
Or
typically, we tell them to hold off.
Or possibly notify them ahead of time so they could get their utilities underground before we pave. I think we probably do that, is my guess. Okay, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you. If there aren't any other questions from council, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mayor. There's one speaker on item 9, Spencer Noren, or excuse me, item 10, Spencer Noren.
Ellen, you happen to know a lot about these ones tonight. Thank you so much again, Michael. Mayor, Council, VPD Translation, thank you. Staff, thank you for that presentation. I wanted to hit on something real quick here because I know this area so well, the Pettit especially. Ventura Water has been doing a small project, Councilmember Halter, on Foothill Road right there, and then they made some interior improvements going down Kimball Road. So if you want to check out where they've been patching about 2 foot by 3 foot patches have been going about every 50 yards from Pettit to Kimball and then down Kimball. Those are the ones I think you're referring to. Thank you for that comment about our district. And I've been sweeping up the rocks on Foothill Road because those roads have been crumbling. I've been getting rocks up on that turn on Foothill and Pettit. Councilmember McReynolds in your district, and also the bottom at Telegraph and Pettit. So I'm really excited about this project. Where I would love to maybe look at some intuitive forward thinking with the possibility of speed humps on Pettit. If you know, in our community, we used to have no speed humps on Saticoy Avenue, which is going to closer to the mayor's district. And we know people were flying down from Foothill to Telegraph on Saticoy Avenue. Now, they do have houses facing the road, which makes it for quite a different circumstance. But with Fillmore growing, Santa Paula growing, Telegraph and Foothill are being used more and more every day. I would know my bed actually butts up against Telegraph Road. People are using my neighborhood now to actually cut through from Telegraph onto San Marcos, through the neighborhood and coming out on Pettit to avoid the light, which is at Hobart Park, at Pettit and Telegraph. Would you believe that or not? They're actually cutting through our neighborhood a little bit to get there. And that gives you fly up. If you work at the college or you work in Ventura, like so many people live in Ventura, leave, Santa Paula and Fillmore come to Ventura to work, college students as well. And using Telegraph and Foothill is becoming an absolutely main thoroughway now and more in the future. So if you could maybe possibly look into the practicality of putting speed humps on Pettit to slow down the people who are using this as a commuter. The speed limit's already, I believe, 45. People are clocked on going Pettit at least 55, 60 miles an hour. No doubt about it. So you can love that consideration. Obviously, the speed humps with a little bit of gap because the community, I'm sure, is stoked to have a great place to skateboard again because it could be one of the best places to do a long downhill skateboarding or bike riding. But more importantly, there's speed humps on Satakoy. Please consider putting them on Pettit. Thank you so much.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Back to council for deliberations, and a motion is required for action. Councilmember Duran?
I just want to say thank you for all the great work. And I move to approve staff's recommendation.
Thank you.
I'll second that.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second.
On the motion, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
7 ayes, the motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you, staff. Appreciate your work. Moving on to our formal item number 11, strategic priorities update. We have staff presentation. Whenever you are ready.
Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and members of the City Council. For the record, I am Carlene Saxton, the Assistant City Manager here in Ventura. I'm accompanied by Katrina Titus, our Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. And we are very excited to bring forward the Strategic Priorities Update, the first of the updates that Council took this new path with strategic priorities. So just a reminder for the community and the Council, in this February session, we switched to strategic priorities. Man, that's going to be hard to say multiple times. And the strategic priorities last for a 4-year period. We'll bring forward those for consideration and amendment during those 4-year cycles. Focus areas last 2 years, so they're intended to be a longer term area. And we'll have that consideration in 2027. For the work plan, that is annual. And as you can see, this is our first quarter update. However, we're already starting to think about our next work plan because we're already thinking about the budget. So we track those cycles with our budget. So we're already looking forward to completing what we've committed to as this work plan, but also looking forward to developing that annual work plan. So the first strategic priority is climate change and environmental stewardship. The council set multiple focus areas, actually 3 focus areas. Sorry, I'm having a hard time balancing the microphone. And I'll give updates on each. I'm not going to hit on all of the work plan items, but just trying to highlight some of the work that has happened over this quarter. And you can see the percentage of completion for this area is about 40%. In relation to this item, we have completed the ocean outfall, the onshore and offshore pipelines, and the pump station is also under construction with the anticipation of being complete in December of this year. So that is a huge, huge milestone for the Water Department. We're very excited to have that in near completion. As the council knows, we've established the Green Team as part of the Climate Action Resiliency Plan implementation. And there has been an ad hoc meeting that was convened. And as of this week, we have our website that is live. So we're really excited to have that public interface. Looks great. Please visit it. to see all the updates that are going to be happening with our Climate Action Resiliency Plan. We've also done some work on our Santa Paula branch line, and we anticipate, not as part of this cycle, but a notice proceed for construction in early spring of 2026. Also, I know that we have heard a lot of public comments in the past about our gas-powered leaf blowers, so we're excited to report that as our leaf blowers kind of reach the end of their life, we replace them with electric ones. So we've been able to replace 3 leaf blowers in an electric form. Also, we have begun work on our tree master plan. I know there's a lot of passion. We heard it tonight about trees, so staff is starting that work, and we're excited to continue to move that forward. Also, in regards to public input for the Climate Action Resiliency Plan, or CARP, staff intends to bring updates to City Council in terms of like a workshop update 2 times per year. Also, as the council just saw at our last meeting, there's a lot of implementation of the CARP. So we're going to need to be engaging the community quite a bit. So every time there is an implementation item, we're going to create a community plan or community outreach plan, and we'll engage our community stakeholders as well as the council during that process. So kind of piece-based within the climate or the CARP versus, just setting them on a quarterly basis. We want to be able to dive deep when there's something of note, of importance with that. We've also started beginning our outreach plan for our local coastal program land use plan amendment as part of the general plan. So we're developing that outreach plan. I'm really excited to have that plan. That one's very strategic and has a lot of steps. Economic vitality and development is the next strategic priority. As you can see, there's lots of focus areas within this one. Arts and housing were moved as a priority or highlighted as priorities within economic development. The council, as part of the budget process, increased the cultural grant funding program up to $200,000 this year, so that increased that over $100,000, and we're looking forward to advertising that in the spring of next year. We also have released as of today, actually, so again, kind of outside this reporting period, but I'm excited to talk about it, so I'm going to, the cultural policies and the art policies request for proposal. So we're excited to begin that important work. It will include a robust community discussion, and we're excited to see who proposes and who's able to lead the council and the community and staff through that. Also, the economic development team did bring forward to the economic development subcommittee the waterfront requests for qualifications. So those were presented very far away from any real project, but that was presented. And then Main Street Moves has really had a lot of progress. Obviously, the council reaffirmed the decision to keep it closed, and staff has begun work and has very clear direction on installing bollards in the spring of next year. There's a specific date. I don't know exactly what date it is, but we're going to meet it. And then just kind of a heads up on parking. Staff is going to bring a parking update to council at our next meeting in November. And then promenade repair has, the coastal development permit has been accepted by the Coastal Commission, and we anticipate a public hearing by the end of the year. Homelessness, while there's only one focus area here, there's a lot to do as part of the implementation of the housing element. Council approved a contract with our foul weather shelter operator earlier in October, and so we're excited to be able to continue that work with our community and provide that service. Also, there's been various zone text amendments that have gone through the Housing and Homelessness Subcommittee, as well as the Planning Commission and then City Council. Some of those have been focused around tenant protections discussions, so those have been brought forward. Obviously, decisions and direction have been provided by the council, and staff is working on the direction that council has provided. We've also created a task force with our police department, fire department, really looking at river bottom monitoring to ensure, and it'll kind of relate to another item later, but really ensure that we're able to communicate with our unhoused populations down there, as well as creating a safe community with maintenance and fire prevention. So infrastructure, again, this one has just one bullet, but there's a lot there. So the Public Works team has been doing a lot of work making sure that we understand one of our largest infrastructure, which is our pavement. So they have taken on a pavement condition index, and they're going to be coming later on this year with a report to council and a discussion around kind of the conditions of our roads. Obviously, we're excited that we had a resurfacing project tonight to continue to invest, but we have a lot of deferred maintenance that we'll need to tackle at some point. Obviously, council and the community is well aware that Telegraph has started and that is well underway, as well as council took action earlier to approve Darling, Pettit, and North Bank. Staff has also worked on a sidewalk disruption inventory, and that is complete, and we're going to be bringing that to the City Council in January for consideration and discussion as well. So first step is kind of seeing where we are and assessing our status with our pavement as well as our sidewalks, and then bringing forth kind of our plan on how do we intend to tackle those. And Olivas Park Drive is under construction, so that was a huge infrastructure project, not only the road, but also the levee. So the last strategic priority, last but not least, is public safety and two focus areas within that one. And the police department has launched their strategic plan work, including a public survey, and they're really excited to get that going. I know it's a really big passion project for our new Chief Dickey, so I'm excited that work has begun. Also, the fire department brought forward the fire hazard severity zone maps, and council took action on that. So now begins the work of ensuring that our community understands the implication behind those fire maps and doing all that outreach. Also, we did apply for a hazard mitigation grant up to $1.5 million, and that would help us with brush clearance within the Barrancas. So we're really hopeful that that money will come through. Obviously, Barrancas are a huge topic of discussion for our community, and so we think that it could be of tremendous help. So with that, as you can see, there's a lot going on. And those are just some kind of the highlights. I also wanted to note we do have a public dashboard that provides continuous updates when we bring these to City Council, so the community can look at them and find out status of completion and where we are. So there's a lot of transparency there to the community on how we're supporting the council's priorities. It's www.cityofventura.ca.gov//strategic plans. Priorities. Dang it, priorities. I almost got it. And with that concludes my presentation. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any questions from council? Deputy Mayor Halter?
Great. Thank you for the presentation. It's always good to get an update, and it looks like a lot of good work. Two questions, though, is one on the CARP. I think it's required that every city produce a CARP plan as part of their new general plan. And
I'm not certain that it's a requirement. I would have to defer. I think our community development director actually headed home, but it is good practice these days. But I don't believe it's a requirement for ours. Yeah, for ours, it was also part of the environmental document and how we reduced our greenhouse gas emissions.
the bigger question is that I know Councilmember Magoni and I both sit on the VCREA, the Regional Energy Alliance. And so I'm curious whether or not we look at the synergy of what other cities are doing with their CARPs to plans to make sure that we could use economies of scale to accomplish even greater goals.
I also think our environmental sustainability, maybe not, nope. Rachel Diamond.
Thank you. So we are not legally required to have a climate action plan in the form that we have. However, it does help us with kind of the larger programmatic CEQA analysis so that when you go to a project level, there's less analysis to be done for greenhouse gas emissions.
Okay.
And as far as economies of scale with the region, we haven't quite gotten to that point yet, but there are definitely ways that we can work with our, regional groups that represent local governments to create those comparisons and understand what they're doing and ways that we can work together to create synergy.
What I'm seeing on the VCREA is a great potential for getting a lot of good work done cohesively with other communities around us. So I hope that we have that on the forefront of our thought process. Thank you for coming back in and answering that. And the only other question is this kind of just, so I don't get excited about potential grants too much until I realize whether or not they're state grants or federal grants, because, you know, there's more risk on one than the other. And is it a state grant or is it a federal grant for the brush clearance on the last one?
I don't know, but we will find out.
Okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I believe Mary Joyce might know.
Oh,
yes.
Okay, of course.
Her Deputy Public Works Director. Team effort.
Hopefully it's on. Good evening, Mayor and Deputy Mayor and Council. To the previous conversation with our CARP, I think, as you've seen before with our environmental team, they do a great job, and we do partner and collaborate with other regions, and we've been involved with the VCRA for a while. So your second question with the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program, we're working with our emergency manager, Mac Douglas, as well as our fire department on this grant to see what we can do for fire prevention and clearing out. But it will take some coordination with the county stormwater and county watershed group, but we hope to get it and put that plan in place so that we can protect our environment and our community.
And then Katrina knows the funding source.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you for the question, Deputy Mayor Halter. The funding source is Hazard Mitigation Grant Program through Cal EOS, or OES.
Great,
so,
thank you.
state.
Thank you. Any questions? If not, I have a question regarding the grants for arts and culture. I know I've said it before from the dais that I'd like to see a third party do the selection for the grants. Walk me through what that process would be like. I know the first time when we had grants, it was kind of too late because they had already started the process. This time, since the process hasn't started, what would that look like?
So currently, the Arts and Culture Commission approves the distribution of funds for that grant program. If council desired that to change, we would look to kind of what process the council or who you would want to approve it, and then we could bring forth an ordinance with that change. It could be a director level, it could be city manager level, it could be the city council, I mean, whatever the council desires, but currently it is the Arts and Culture Commission.
Okay, so for example, if I'm just putting it out there, VCCF, for example, would we then have to go talk to them, see if they're willing to take on that, and then come back?
We would, yeah. If it was an outside agency, we would want to make sure that the parameters for the award were clear and that they were willing and able to provide that service. Obviously, we have one agreement with BCCF, but even the museum, we have agreements with them. So there's a couple
So there's
different
several,
bodies
yeah.
that we could consider. And again, we could bring forward the recommendation to
Okay.
City Council through an ordinance if that was desired.
Yeah. Did you have a question? Okay. Anybody else? Councilmember McReynolds?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. So I believe, I was looking it up, that we had the ad hoc meeting for the green on August 29th.
Correct.
Okay.
Mhm.
I
Good job.
lost track of when it was. And then we have another meeting coming up on December 2nd. It would be our second meeting. I know that there was some interest from the three members of the council that sit on that committee to bring this forward as a full committee as opposed to an ad hoc to kind of monitor that. So that's one of the considerations I think the three that sit on that had discussed at that meeting. So would be interested in bringing that forward also.
Okay. Mr. City Attorney, can you then clarify the whole Brown Act? Because if we bring it as a formal committee, how does that impact that committee?
as a new committee. So if you create a new standing committee, you have to post agendas, hold meetings open to the public, set regular meeting schedule and all that. But if you do an ad hoc committee, that would be for a specific purpose, for limited subject matter jurisdiction, limited duration, usually about 6 months. But there could be perhaps over the life of a larger sort of subject matter, there could be specific issues that perhaps the mayor could create an ad hoc for, for this issue this year, for, the next 2, 3, 4 months for this issue. Next year something comes up, a couple other council members, that kind of thing. So it's a little more, the ad hocs can be a little more nimble. Standing committees you have to comply with the Brown Act.
Thanks for that clarification. That would be, I think, my only issue. I feel like there's the list that you just went through. There's so many items already kind of in the works, and I'm just curious if we could see how you continue to develop that and then come back and see if a standing committee would be necessary. Because I just feel like there's so much already going on. Just my... Councilmember Duran, you had your hand raised?
I did, but it wasn't in regards to this. It was a different topic.
Okay.
Is that okay? So back over to the CARP and those things. Council approved an additional $250,000 to put towards tree planting. And is there with that extra funds, is there a plan? Do we know what we're going to do? Are we there yet?
I would have to defer to our Parks and Rec director. I'm phoning a friend a lot. It's great. Stacey Zarzua.
Mayor, Council, Stacey Zarzua, Parks and Recreation Director with the City of Ventura. Yes, the minute that additional $250,000 was approved with Urban Forestry, we came up with a tree planting plan, and we have 50 planted so far since July 1st. And it's a mix between arterial streets and then our residential parkway plantings.
And is that a plan published somewhere? Is that?
It's not, but I can definitely provide that. We wouldn't be able to, or we wouldn't want to release the parkway residential addresses.
Sure.
But we can definitely share the number of street tree wells and which streets those are, and then definitely the parkway trees, like the street locations.
That would be awesome.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, we hit the ground running, so we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Councilmember Schumacher?
So I just want to echo what Councilmember McReynolds had said, because we did have a very lengthy conversation in regards to the difference between an ad hoc and also a full subcommittee. And part of the reason, and I'm looking to the city attorney, is because the ad hoc has very limited time. I think, right, we have limitations on the time. It's like we can't be more than ad hoc for I don't know, a year, is it, or 6 months? What is it?
There's no defined rule, but it should be for a limited duration.
Right. So I think with our effort in seeing this as a strategic priority and knowing that this is going to be something that we're going to be overseeing for about 4 years, right? The ad hoc committee wanted to set the tone pretty significantly with the community, because I think some of the community members were also not frustrated, but they would like to have a bit more notice in the way for them to be able to participate also with how we are working on the CARP, including their voices as we develop it more. And I'm looking to both my colleagues to see if there was anything else that I'm missing, because that was really something that we really wanted to consider. Now, granted, I hear what you're saying. If your direction then, Mayor, is that we hold on to being an ad hoc for, a few more months, we can do that. Just know that the direction for us to be a subcommittee is something that we want to commit to, knowing that climate change is going to be something that we really want to focus on for the next few years.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I think I'm just trying to give staff time for what they already kind of embarked in, and then maybe have them come back, and then if the subcommittee, feels like they still want to have it, then maybe we consider it at that time. I just feel like you went through a lot of things that you guys are already working on. And so just want to make sure that, I think my other thing with the, a standing committee is that then it limits whoever's on that committee yet again through another level of discussion or participation, because we don't want to violate the Brown Act. So that's just the other thing to consider. Councilmember Campos.
We have several standing council committees, though, and routinely they're not violating the Brown Act, because there's generally not a reason for a fourth council member to participate. We also have had times when we had many more standing committees and dropped some off here and there along the way. Until about 5 years ago, we had a library standing committee because of the overlap of the libraries in our city and the county. And that was dropped, I think, maybe the year you got on council or just before. So I think there's space for a standing committee. And for the community, it's a place they can lend their voice and feel satisfied without having to come to council meetings in general comment and take more time. Even the ad hoc committee, we had community members come.
Right. Okay, City Attorney?
Mayor, I just make the point that as the council, if the council were to consider sort of adding more committees, one of the things is that the council would also need to look at if there's overlapping jurisdiction with, let's say, finance and budget, and if there were finance matters taken on through some strategic priorities, or housing and homelessness, if there were efforts taken on, that there doesn't become a quorum of the council on those. And I also would say that we are in November, coming up on January, where the council looks at re-upping who's on what subcommittees. But it does create an additional complexity, and there are 5 council subcommittees already. So.
Yeah, thank you for that. Thank you, Councilmember Campos. So those are some of the considerations, and maybe if would you be amenable to visiting that when we consider the other committees in January, because we're only a few months out for that?
Because the ad hoc is convening, and I would anticipate we would keep that regardless of, because it's within, we're short term on that one. Still, we could discuss an outreach plan and how the committee feels community touch points and council touch points would feel appropriate during that meeting as well, in addition to a January discussion on subcommittee or not, but at least we could have some kind of regularly programmed touch points for the council and the community, so there's some certainty there if the council would desire that.
Yeah. Councilmember McReynolds?
I'm fine to have the conversation in January, but I agree with Councilmember Schumacher's comments in terms of, and I've said it before, this is a issue of our generation. It's not going to be solved in a 6-month time frame, a 12-month time frame, and ultimately my goal is to see this as a full council committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I wanted to go back to, well, actually, we haven't gone to public comment yet, right? Okay.
That's right.
Let's recognize public comment.
Thank you, Mayor. We have one speaker on this item, Spencer Noren. And Spencer, you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. McDonald. Mayor, Council, VPD, translation, thank you, staff. I was looking at the strategic priorities and the conversation came up. I want to be in full support of the permanent committee for climate change action. I appreciate the ad hoc starting off, but I agree with Councilmember McReynolds and Campos and Mr. Schumacher. So thank you for bringing that up. I would keep my close attention on the climate change and environmental stewardship. And then focus area was public input, community engagement, and accountability. But then it goes right into annual work plan, goes into all the water commission stuff. I just found that very interesting. If you read right here, bring water commission recommendations to city council for water and wastewater rate adoption. Well, we know what they think because they're water professionals. They've already come out publicly and said they're in favor of water peer. So why do we need to do that as far as civic engagement? Then it gets into conduct community outreach for water and wastewater programs related to proposed new rates. Ventura Water was supposed to do that already anyway. So why was that under the city manager priorities? And then the third part of that was provide an updated new progress of the Climate Action and Resilience Plan, the CARP initiative. We did that last time. So they just seem redundant in here to when it came to the public input and outreach. I would have loved more personally getting into action. And Councilmember Duran, planting trees, that to me is the immediate climate change action. Water, right, recycling. We heard so much of that personally. I just don't understand how that found that way in here. And I know staff's busy, and I'm not trying to put more on their plate. I was just more curious in that process. Then I can maybe reference back to former Parks and Rec Commissioner Chair Councilmember McReynolds. We talked about here somewhere about redoing our master plan, tree master plan, which was referenced here. Not to be rude, but we just did that, I believe 4 years ago, and it hadn't been updated before that for 25 years. So it hadn't been updated for 25 years. I know former chair of Parks and Rec because I took over his chair seat, and that was one of his proudest accomplishments, was updating the tree master plan. Why are we re-updating it again? Just curious. Like, what were the priorities there that made that want to be, because we already went into native trees, drought-tolerant trees, small, medium, large trees, foliage. I mean, we teed and eyed that baby. So I don't think staff needs to put more time on that. So with that being known, thank you so much for your time. And I would love to see more trees planted in main thoroughways of our city. And I respect what Mrs. Arizua said, but that seems like kind of the plan we already had, right? So the city of Ventura was supposed to be planting trees in tree wells already, supposed to be planting trees in parkways already. What did the 250 do extra is my question. And where are we seeing that? Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. Back to council. Councilmember Duran?
Yeah, I just wanted to make another comment in regards to homelessness. And I just think, you know, as a council for the city of Ventura, that we should be super proud of what we've done in regards to homelessness. And it shows a couple of things. It shows how the community has come together to work together. It has shown that the city's taken initiative. I will tell you, since 2007, we started in 2007, we had this end homelessness in 10 years. Well, we're in, past 10 years. But the great part about this, if you look at the numbers from 2007 to 2025, Ventura, the city of Ventura, has taken the lead on the number of homelessness, less number of people that are unhoused. And I just want to say, like, I know there's a lot of work still to do, but we're on the right track. And I just want to congratulate everybody. We're on the right track. And so great job. It's really great to see the numbers. I mean, even when it comes to the county, if you look across the board, we have the highest decrease. Most of the cities went up since 2007. They went up in homelessness, but we were down over 12% in the entire time. So just congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think my last comment would be back to the arts and culture grants, that we look at a third party, whether, you know, it's council or staff or the entities you mentioned. I want to make sure that, you know, it's our fiduciary responsibility. You know, we up the number to 200,000, and I just want to make sure that that process is as transparent as possible. And so having, I think, a third party or entity be the one to make the selection of the grants, I would feel more comfortable with that. And so I'd like to have that be part of the recommendation for tonight.
And I would agree with you 100%. Yeah.
Thank you. And
Sorry, I just want to clarify on that, because it's directing a future potential ordinance. I want to ask our city attorney if do we need like a formal recommendation motion on that specific piece, or are we able to just take a thumbs up from the council to have that full direction? I just want to make sure that we're.
So, Mayor, this would be asking for a future agenda item. So the merits of that would be debated at that point, but the council could either ask for it by separate motion, or it could be one big motion if it would like. But it's basically just asking for a future agenda item, not
Because it's
discuss-
changing the ordinance?
Yeah, but nothing's changing tonight. It's just
Right.
asking staff to come back
To
with
come
a
back
proposed
with-
change. So the council could vote that up or down at that point.
Okay.
During this item, or are you saying during the agenda of future agenda items? Sorry, I just want to make sure that I have clear, full.
The
council
motion, the part of either an independent motion or part of the motion with this item could be direct staff to return with an ordinance to address the commission. And so if staff has that information satisfactorily, that's just direction to return with a future item, and the council would
Okay.
vote on whether to adopt that ordinance
In a
later.
future date?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. So I would make that motion.
Second.
Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second on the floor. On the motion, Councilmember Duran?
Yes.
Councilmember McReynolds?
Yes.
Councilmember Mongonay?
Yes.
Councilmember Schumacher?
Yes.
Councilmember Campos?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Halter?
Yes.
Mayor Dr. Sanchez Palacios?
Yes.
Motion carries. 7 ayes.
Thank you. And so do we need a separate to receive and file, or we just received and filed your report?
Yep.
Receive and file.
Just receive and file, yeah.
Any
this
other
has been great.
questions from staff, from council? No? Thank you so much for everything that you guys are already doing. So I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'm going to defer to the city attorney real quick before we recess. All good? Oh, okay.
Oh, good.
All good.
Okay. We are at the portion of items for future agendas. Any future agenda items for us to consider? If not, Councilmember McReynolds.
Would it be possible to get an update on the remodel? We should be a month out from completion at the next council meeting.
Oh, yeah. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, yes, and that is the council chambers
Yes.
ADA upgrades. Yes, absolutely.
Do we need to vote on that? No, right?
No.
Okay. Moving on to then our last section of our public communications. Any other public communications, Mr. City Clerk?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have one final speaker, Nirvanica. And Nirvanica, you'll have 3 minutes.
Shocker.
Mayor, council members, everyone, I'd just like to start out by saying peace and love to everyone and everything, everywhere. And I didn't make it here tonight, and I want to apologize to Councilmember Campos and Casey Rodriguez, and all the people of the Chumash tribe, because I wanted to speak, and I had to go to the emergency room, and so, I'm sorry. Maybe I can do it at the next city council meeting or something, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes public comment.
Thank you. No comments, right, Mr. City Manager? No comments, okay. So tonight we will be adjourning in memory of Virginia Weber and Fred Staffaker. Thank you. Our next meeting, regular meeting, will be on Tuesday, November 18th. Thank you, everyone, for participating in our meeting. Our meeting is adjourned.
Your estimations are all over the place. What are your estimations? No, you had.